Chapter 468. Yan Chutian's face was slightly hesitant, but this hesitation quickly turned into determination. This was because Yan Chutian clearly understood that opportunities were always accompanied by danger. If one did not want to take the risk, how could one obtain the opportunity? However, even though he had already decided to take action, Yan Chutian still decided to make some preparations. After all, the three-headed demonic spiritual python was already at the Yuanying stage and had already begun to gain intelligence. At the same time, Yan Chutian would naturally ask Sher to avoid it. Facing a Yuanying stage spiritual beast, Yan Chutian could not even completely protect himself. How could he spare the effort to protect others? With regards to Yan Chutian's intentions, how could Sher not agree? Furthermore, she knew that she was currently a burden to him. Even if she stayed, she would not be of any use. In fact, she might even be a hindrance. Hence, Yan Chutian carefully approached the valley in front of him by himself. At the same time, in the valley a few hundred feet away, an enormous creature was quietly entrenched. This enormous creature seemed to have 3 heads, and its entire body emitted a dim light. Under the dim light there was a layer of purple scales. It looked as if no matter how strong an attack was, it would not be able to damage the scales at all. This was the spiritual beast, 3-headed demonic spiritual python. However, even though the 3-headed demonic spiritual python was entrenched and pretending to be asleep, the breath it exhaled still contained an enormous amount of biting cold energy. Even a cultivator who had just entered the elixir stage would find it extremely difficult to resist this breath. Outside the valley, when Yan Chutian estimated that he was close enough and would alert the 3-headed demonic spiritual python if he got any closer, he finally stopped moving forward. However, stopping did not mean that Yan Chutian did not stop moving forward. Next, he was going to set up his plan here. Half a day passed before Yan Chutian finally stopped working, following which, he slowly turned his gaze towards the valley in front of him. Yan Chutian clearly knew that there was an enormous creature in the valley. It was a powerful Yuanying stage spiritual beast. However, today, he wanted to test if he could provoke a Yuanying stage 3-headed demonic spiritual python with the power of an 8th-level elixir. Sha. It was as though no one had ever set foot in this valley. For the first time, rustling sounds of footsteps could be heard. Yan Chutian looked around. The surroundings were filled with demonic qi which was sufficient to obstruct one's vision and conceal one's perception. With such a dense demonic qi, it was no wonder the 3-headed demonic spiritual python would entrenched here. Just like humans, the 3-headed demonic spiritual qi. The 3-headed demonic spiritual python was a great nourish. Yan Chutian's spiritual eye slowly swept out. Although the demonic qi obstructed the spiritual eye, it was extremely small, allowing Yan Chutian to easily see the 3-headed demonic spirit python that was quietly taking a nap in the depths of the demonic qi. In the past, such a spiritual beast was simply an ant that could not be any smaller to Yan Chutian. However, to the current Yan Chutian, if he was not careful, the 3-headed demonic spiritual python could directly injure him. However, now was not the time to think about this. Therefore, Yan Chutian shook his head slightly and threw these complicated thoughts to the back of his mind. Only then did he slowly calm down. Under close observation, Yan Chutian could clearly confirm that the strength of the 3-headed demonic spiritual python could only be considered as a beginner in the Yuanying stage. To him, this was simply the best news. Since this was the case, Yan Chutian naturally would not hesitate any longer. Under the circulation of his power, the attack that had been brewing for a long time gradually condensed. When the attack was condensed to the peak, Yan Chutian did not stay in the same place anymore. With a slight movement of his feet, his body had already burst out like a ghost. This was Xianing. Swoosh! Like a shadow, almost in an instant, Yan Chutian had already appeared a few feet away from the 3-headed demonic spiritual python. However, no matter how strange and shocking the Xian was, with the difference between Yan Chutian and the three-headed demonic spiritual python, the latter was still able to sense the former's existence in this millisecond. In an instant, the eyes that had been closed all this time finally opened. Like two large red lanterns, they directly shot at Yan Chutian. Being suddenly awakened from its rest and seeing an insignificant human cultivator, the three-headed demonic spirit python was clearly enraged to the extreme. Its huge head quickly raised up, but at this time, Yan Chutian's attack finally landed on the three-headed demonic spiritual python's huge body. Bang! The fist that was ready to strike was thrown out, but in the end, only a dull sound was heard. Yan Chutian could clearly see that the purple scale armor on the three-headed demonic spiritual python's body was slowly wriggling and dissipating most of his power, causing his attack to be ineffective. In fact, Yan Chutian had already known about the strangeness of this scale armor. However, even if he knew, he still wanted to try and see if his power could even shake this scale armor in the slightest. However, what made Yan Chutian disappointed was that his expectations had clearly fallen through. With this purple scale armor, even if he could block the three-headed demonic spiritual python's terrifying attack, it would be extremely difficult for him to injure this spiritual beast. "Looks like I can only act according to plan," Yan Chutian muttered to himself. After that, without hesitation, the tip of his foot lightly touched the ground, and his body had already retreated explosively. He believed that even if it was just one attack, he had already angered the three-headed demonic spiritual python. Even if its intelligence was not low, it would be difficult for it to endure the anger in its heart and would definitely chase after him. As expected, it was not out of Yan Chutian's expectations. In almost an instant, the three-headed demonic spiritual python that was entrenched in the depths of the demonic chi shook its body and rushed out. This three-headed demonic spiritual python's intelligence was not low. It had also thought that there might be a trap, but when it felt Yan Chutian's cultivation, all of its suspicions turned into coldness. Such a weak ant, so what if he had set up a trap? It could completely forcefully break through and kill him. With this thought, the three-headed demonic spiritual python became even more ferocious. As it roared, the demonic chi around its body was like a ghost that continuously attacked and enveloped Yan Chutian. It was also the demonic chi, but at this moment, the demonic chi that was being emitted from the three-headed demonic spiritual python's body clearly contained more killing intent. In particular, Yan Chutian could feel that the former contained a killing intent that was similar to the power of chi. Humans and spiritual beasts were different. Because of this, the power of chi was also different. However, the two of them had the same effect. Therefore, Yan Chutian also had to be careful. Therefore, how could Yan Chutian allow the demonic chi to come into contact with his body? As his Xian stepped forward, strands of Xianyang chi quickly spread out and protected him like a light shield. Under the protection of the mysterious Yang Qi light barrier, the demonic chi that enveloped him was indeed of little use. However, the hidden chi power caused the light barrier to tremble continuously. In fact, cracks even appeared on it, as if they were about to slowly emerge. Facing such a situation, Yan Chutian could only continuously release more Xianyang Qi to repair the light shield. At the same time, he increased his speed to leave the valley as soon as possible. However, the Yuanying realm was still the Yuanying realm. Even though Yan Chutian had encountered many cultivators who were half a step away from the Yuanying realm, the difference between the two was still too big. The three-headed demonic spiritual python's body trembled. Borrowing the force of the attack, it instantly flew more than 10 feet away. Its huge snake tail swept down and directly tore the valley apart. If this attack was an ordinary 8th-level elixir realm cultivator, they would definitely be seriously injured or even killed. However, Yan Chutian was still Yan Chutian. Relying on his various physiques and rich experience, he narrowly dodged the attack one by one. However, at this moment, from the left side of the three-headed demonic spiritual python, a ball of dark light immediately gushed out. A terrifying tearing force fiercely rushed forward. Boom! It was almost close to Yan Chutian's heel. The ground there was torn apart by this ball of dark light. The sky was filled with gravel, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Yan Chutian took the opportunity to look back. This scene made his expression slightly change. Just now, he was afraid that if he was slightly slower, he would have been seriously injured or killed. However, he had already reached the end. Yan Chutian's line of sight was more than 10 feet away. Wasn't that the place where he had set up the trap earlier? In the next moment, Yan Chutian landed on that piece of land. Since he had already landed, Yan Chutian naturally would not hesitate. He immediately made a hand seal and activated the method that he had been hiding for a long time. Meteorite Dragon Locking Formation, activate. Along with Yan Chutian's low roar, rays of concealed formation light began to form from all directions. In just a few breaths' time, they had condensed into a colossal formation. This formation was called the Meteorite Dragon Locking Formation. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 469. The moment the formation that had been hidden for a long time was activated, an endless stream of energy ripples crazily spread out. The target was naturally the three-headed demonic spirit python that was violently charging towards Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian's eyes were sharp. When the formation was activated, his body no longer tried to escape. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on a huge rock, and with the help of the rebound force, he also rushed towards the three-headed demonic spirit python. Behind him, the huge rock that he had borrowed strength from had already been shattered into pieces. At the same time, the sudden change had obviously caught the three-headed demonic spirit python off guard. An extremely human-like shock appeared in its huge red lantern-like beast eyes. Although it had suspected that this human cultivator would set up a trap outside, it did not expect that it would really be so. However, this three-headed demonic spirit python had already thought about it. Therefore, after the shock appeared, the beast's eyes were still filled with the same disdain as before. Such a weak human cultivator, so what if he had set up a trap in advance? Under its powerful strength, any method would only be a struggle before death. Therefore, the three-headed demonic spirit python did not dodge at all. It allowed the energy ripples of the meteorite dragon locking formation to envelop it and trap it within the formation. Only after that did it reveal its ferocious nature. Its huge snake tail once again swept out and hit the wall of the formation. It wanted to let that ant see how it would forcefully break through the so-called trap. However, since the three-headed demonic spirit python was already trapped within the formation, how could Yan Chutian continue to watch it act so ferociously? When his figure rushed towards the three-headed demonic spirit python, he had already completely activated the power of the formation. 1. An indiscernible buzzing sound rang out. Instantly, from the surroundings of the formation, chains flashing with runes wrapped around it and locked onto the three-headed demonic spirit python's sweeping tail. This situation caused the demonic spirit beast to be extremely angry. Flames surged in its eyes. How could this mere formation trap it? However, just as it was about to use all its strength to break free from the chains, Yan Chutian had already descended from the sky. The rune chains around him shot out at the same time, heading straight for the three-headed demonic spirit python's body and head. Roar! Faced with such a situation, the three-headed demonic spirit python immediately roared furiously. As it roared furiously, the two black demonic light clusters beside its head unleashed destructive black light pillars that swept out in a straight line. Wherever the pillar of light passed, not to mention space, even the rune chains were torn apart and annihilated without any resistance. Soon, such a light pillar appeared above Yan Chutian's head. Feeling this ferocious attack, how could Yan Chutian have any hesitation? He immediately used the mysterious shadow movement technique and dodged the attack like a shadow. However, even after dodging the first beam, the second beam of black light was like a maggot attached to a bone. It swept straight towards Yan Chutian. Seeing that this beam of light was unavoidable, Yan Chutian's face was filled with determination. This was because he had long understood that it was inevitable for him to clash head-on with a Yuanying spirit beast. And right now it was such a time. Therefore, at the same time that determination appeared on his face, Yan Chutian had already cast the spell that he had prepared beforehand. 4 elements. Fragmentary star mark. Whoosh! A streak of star mark light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Then, the sharp light fiercely collided with the black light pillar. At the moment of collision, there was no shocking movement between the two. Sometimes, the two forces did not hesitate to corrode and dissolve each other. However, it seemed that the three-headed demonic spirit python's power was still stronger. Therefore, under the corrosion of the two forces, the black light pillar gradually gained the upper hand. Such a scene caused a ferocious smile to appear on the three-headed demonic spirit python's huge face. However, when it looked at the tiny human cultivator, it did not get the reaction that it wanted to see as it had expected. Indeed, Yan Chutian did not have the slightest trace of panic. His face was extremely calm and did not show any signs of panic or loss because of the suppression of the 4 elements fragmentary star mark. This was because he did not expect to be able to suppress the three-headed demonic spirit python in a head-on clash with it. His goal was just to be in a stalemate, and that was enough. Therefore, immediately after, the three-headed demonic spirit python saw that the human cultivator was still rushing towards it while the two attacks were still colliding. However, this also stimulated the three-headed demonic spirit python's ferocious nature to the extreme. Its huge body constantly struggled to break free from the control. Its huge mouth also opened wide, as if it wanted to directly swallow Yan Chutian. However, at such a crucial moment, how could Yan Chutian make a mistake? His body flashed and dodged the three-headed demonic spirit python's bite. Then, he forcefully landed on its huge head. Roar! Feeling the human cultivator descending on its head, the three-headed demonic spirit python continuously roared. How could a mere human ant have the qualifications to stand on its head? While it roared, its violently struggling body had already slowly broken apart the rune chains one after another. Even if the meteorite dragon locking formation was extremely powerful, when faced with a real Yuanying stage spiritual beast, it still showed that it was barely enough. Seeing the situation before his eyes, how could Yan Chutian hesitate? While he forcefully stabilized his body, his gaze tightly locked onto the jade tablet embedded on the three-headed demonic spirit python's head. He did not hesitate to take the risk to provoke the three-headed demonic spirit python. It was all for this jade tablet. With the jade tablet in front of his eyes, Yan Chutian's face immediately flashed with joy. However, in such a short period of time, the sound of the rune chains breaking apart rang out, reminding him that there was not much time left. Thus, Yan Chutian restrained his joy and began to circulate the turbulent energy within his body. A huge amount of energy gathered on his right fist, and he ruthlessly punched out. Mysterious yang energy. Yan Chutian clearly knew that the three-headed demonic spirit python had purple scales. Most of his attacks would not be able to cause any damage to it and would be dissolved by it. However, the mysterious yang energy was different. The truly frightening part of the mysterious yang energy was that it could explode with hidden energy that could invade the flesh. As for this explosion, even if it could not heavily injure the three-headed demonic spirit python, it would be enough if it could cause it to panic for a moment. However, when the mysterious yang energy was unleashed, a nervous expression appeared on Yan Chutian's face. He did not know if the hidden energy could penetrate the scales. If it could, it would be the best news. If it could not, then it would be terrible. However, the mysterious yang energy did not disappoint Yan Chutian. Even when the palm landed on the three-headed demonic spirit python, it did not seem to cause much damage to the three-headed demonic spirit python. However, after a few breaths, Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the originally crazily struggling giant beast under his feet had suddenly stopped struggling. Yan Chutian did not even need to stew it to know that the hidden energy of the mysterious yang energy had taken effect. Thus, how could he hesitate for even a moment? With such a rare opportunity, he quickly used the profound shadow movement technique and appeared in front of the jade tablet. Then, he ruthlessly grabbed it. The moment the jade tablet was pulled out of its body, the three-headed demonic spirit python finally regained its senses. After regaining its senses, it began to crazily struggle again. No matter what, it had to crush the damned ant in front of it. However, since the jade tablet was already in his hands, how could Yan Chutian stay any longer? Immediately, the profound shadow movement technique once again moved and escaped from the three-headed demonic spirit python's enormous body like a ghost. Behind him, the three-headed demonic spirit python was still bound by the meteorite dragon locking formation. The fury in its two enormous beast eyes seemed to be about to burst out, because it could only helplessly watch as Yan Chutian escaped. When it broke the last rune chain and caused the entire meteorite dragon locking formation to collapse, it did not know how long it had been since Yan Chutian had escaped. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who was quickly escaping, naturally hurried to find Cher. However, in less than half an hour, he saw the young girl in an inconspicuous corner who was raising her head in anticipation. When Yan Chutian saw Cher, naturally Cher also saw him. When the young girl saw him for the first time, she was indescribably happy. However, following that, a deep sense of worry appeared on her pretty face. Thus, although Yan Chutian was not heavily injured, his appearance was extremely miserable. The clothes on his body were already in tatters. This was normal. With his cultivation of elixir level 8, it would be strange if Yan Chutian could return unscathed after provoking a Yuanying stage spiritual beast. If it was someone else, it would be hard to say if they could even return. Chapter 470. Seeing the unconcealable worry in the depths of the girl's eyes, Yan Chutian's heart warmed slightly. He carelessly rubbed the girl's head and said with a relaxed smile, "Brother Yan is fine. Although that beast is difficult to deal with, it isn't a threat to me." As he spoke, Yan Chutian slowly opened his palm. In his palm, a jade tablet lay quietly. The jade tablet emitted a gentle light. Although there was nothing special about its appearance, in the center of the jade tablet, there was an eye-catching earth character carved on it. When he saw the earth character, Yan Chutian knew that his risk was not in vain. This was because there was a difference between the jade tablet and the earth character. As the former number 1 disciple of the Firmament God Palace, Yan Chutian was very clear that there were different levels among the many disciples of the Firmament God Palace. The levels were heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Obviously, this method of classification was also used when the outer sect recruited new disciples. Heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Yan Chutian received an earth character jade tablet. It was only below the heaven character and was already extremely high. Yan Chutian looked at the jade tablet in his hand. The girl beside him also looked over curiously. Yan Chutian could see through everything with a glance, but Cher obviously could not. Therefore, she could only use a curious gaze to closely look at Yan Chutian's palm. However, feeling the curious gaze of the girl beside him, how could Yan Chutian ignore it? Immediately, he slowly explained everything to her. Seeing the sudden realization on the girl's face, only then did Yan Chutian withdraw his gaze. His gaze then swept across the surrounding area. In his perception, he could feel an enormous aura similar to that of the three-headed demonic spirit python. However, considering Cher's situation, Yan Chutian was not prepared to help Cher. He also gave her an earth-grade jade tablet. This was because he was well aware of Cher's strength. If he also helped her obtain an Earth Jade tablet, he was afraid that after entering the Spirit Feather secret realm, the other trial she would have to undergo would be much more difficult. Therefore, to be on the safe side, it was better not to take such a risk. However, even if he didn't find an Earth-grade Jade tablet, he would still need a Xian-grade Jade tablet. With Cher's ability, she should be able to afford a Xian-grade Jade tablet. With this thought in mind, Yan Chutian did not hide anything from the girl and directly explained his thoughts to her. Hearing this, the girl didn't show any change in her expression. She just raised her snow-white chin and smiled sweetly. Cher will listen to Big Brother Yan. Such an obedient appearance really made people feel that she was very cute. Even Yan Chutian felt that way. And since he had agreed, he naturally had to act as soon as possible. 256 jade tablets were not a small number, but compared to the huge number of people entering the Spirit Feather secret realm, it was not worth mentioning. Swish! A fierce palm wind whistled and immediately slapped a girl who had probably reached the half-step Yuanying realm and sent her flying. Smashing on the ground, the girl's mouth was already overflowing with a glaring trace of blood. Moreover, looking at her dispirited appearance, she was probably already heavily injured. However, the girl did not seem to notice her own condition. She only struggled to get up and shouted in a certain direction, run. Sister, I won't go." The curled-up thin and delicate body struggled to quickly stand up. Her weeping little face was filled with stubbornness and worry. Even if she usually listened to her sister, she could not just watch and leave her sister behind to escape by herself. Don't worry about your sister, run." Seeing that the girl did not escape, the girl hurriedly shouted again. However, it was also at this moment that a huge beast claw descended from the sky and tore the space apart, heading straight for the girl's body. If the girl had not hurriedly circulated her own strength at the last moment and blocked the attack, this attack would have been enough to kill her. Looking at this scene, the girl's face was filled with worry because she knew that her sister no longer had the transfer tablet. This was all his fault. If he hadn't accidentally lost his spirit tablet, his sister wouldn't have had to give him her spirit tablet in order to ensure his safety. Otherwise, even if she could not defeat the spiritual beast, she was completely confident that she would be able to escape unscathed with the tablet. Resisting the spiritual beast's sharp claws with difficulty, the girl's delicate face was filled with helplessness. She did not expect the spiritual beast to be so powerful. Even with her half-step Yuanying realm cultivation, she could not contend with it and even narrowly escaped death. If she had the tablet with her, she could be sure that she would be safe, but, even so, the girl did not feel any regret. This was because to her, ensuring her sister's safety was more important than ensuring her own safety. Moreover, she had not given her all. However, just as the girl was about to use all her trump cards, she did not expect a huge pillar of light to suddenly descend from the sky. When the pillar of light came crashing down, not only her, but the spiritual beast that was trying to kill her also sensed it and hurriedly turned around to escape. However, this gap was enough for the pillar of light to descend and heavily hit the spiritual beast's wide back. However, the girl clearly saw that at the last moment, a circle of golden ripples had spread out from the spiritual beast's back. The girl was very clear about this golden ripple. She did not know why this ripple was able to block all of her powerful attack. Otherwise, this spiritual beast had not truly stepped into the Yuanying realm, so how could she, a half-step Yuanying realm cultivator, be forced into such a miserable state by it? However, just as the girl was secretly shaking her head, she did not expect the spiritual beast's miserable shriek to suddenly come from the front. This immediately caused her face, which was originally filled with pity, to be replaced by a thick sense of disbelief. Could it be when she lifted her gaze, she was shocked to see that the huge spiritual beast's body had been pierced by the pillar of light. Bright red blood spurted out and it was extremely bloody. Although the girl was pleasantly surprised by this scene, The emotion that changed her the most was naturally shock. This spiritual beast had clearly released a golden ripple of energy that was enough to block many powerful attacks, but how could it still be so heavily injured by the pillar of light? Just how powerful was the power of that light pillar? As the pillar of light descended and heavily injured the spiritual beast, two figures descended on the ground one after another. Who else could these two figures be other than Yan Chutian and Cher? However, it was different from what the girl thought. The pillar of light that came from Yan Chutian was not very strong, but its power was special. It could almost ignore the resistance of the golden ripple of energy. However, Yan Chutian naturally would not say much about this to the sisters, because he did not know them at all. The reason why he saved them was because he did not want to see a sister who was willing to sacrifice her life for her sister fall just like that. After heavily injuring the spiritual beast, Yan Chutian did not even look at the jade tablet on top of the spiritual beast's head. He only glanced at the half-step Yuanying realm cultivator, and then continued to lead Cher in a certain direction. Not only the girl, but even the half-step Yuanying realm cultivator had a look of disbelief on her face. This was because they did not expect the other party to leave just like that. In the heaven realm, they had seen too many rescues, but those so-called rescues had all kinds of motive. This was the first time that they saw someone leave without stopping after rescuing them. However, the woman quickly regained her wits. She bowed in the direction where Yan Chutian and Shui had left and gave her thanks. Then, she killed the extremely weak spiritual beast. After that, the girl naturally did not forget the jade tablet on top of the spiritual beast's head. Earth Jade Tablet. Looking at the eye-catching earth, in the center of the jade tablet, the girl's eyes were filled with joy. Looking at her appearance, it seemed that she also knew that these jade tablets were divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. On the other side, Yan Chutian, who had left, really did not care about the sisters that he had just met. This was because he had already hidden something from them when he took action. If they still encountered something, it could only be said that it was their misfortune, and there was nothing he could do. Currently, he was spreading out his perception and continuously searching for the aura of suitable spiritual beasts in the surrounding area. In Yan Chutian's opinion, a spiritual beast with a cultivation of level 9 elixir should have a jade tablet with the profound word. Chapter 471. To the current Yan Chutian, a level 9 elixir spiritual beast was not worth mentioning. Unfortunately, he had sensed many powerful auras, but he had never sensed a similar aura. It was either too strong or too weak. Even Yan Chutian and Cher had found a level 9 elixir spiritual beast. However, this spiritual beast had already been injured, so naturally, the jade tablet had also been taken away. However, the heavens did not let down those who worked hard. Just as Cher was about to advise Yan Chutian to give up on searching for the Xian jade tablet and just look for the yellow jade tablet, the corner of Yan Chutian's mouth, which was originally silent, finally revealed a smile. Although he had not sensed the aura of a level 9 elixir spiritual beast, he had sensed that there was a similar level of formation a few hundred feet away. Long before entering the Spirit Feather Secret Realm, Luo Yu, who was in charge, had said that in the Spirit Feather Secret Realm, the Jade Tablet was not only guarded by spiritual beasts, but also had restrictions. Thus, how could Yan Chutian not have thought that this formation was also a way to guard the Jade Tablet? Furthermore, he had sensed 2 spiritual auras around the formation that had not left for a long time. Unless there was a Jade Tablet in the formation, Yan Chutian found it hard to believe that this empty formation could attract them and not leave. In any case, since Yan Chutian had already sensed that there might be a Xian Jade Tablet, he naturally would not go and take a look. Thus, after a short while, Yan Chutian and Cher appeared outside the formation. Looking over, there were 2 figures moving with great difficulty in the huge formation that covered an area of hundreds of feet. Their goal was the jade token that was floating in the air at the center of the formation. Obviously, the two of them had sensed the formation at the same time and saw the jade tablet in the center of the formation. However, for some unknown reason, they didn't make a move. Instead, they directly stepped into the formation to fight for the jade tablet. However, a formation was still an extremely powerful killing technique, not to mention a formation that had been set up long ago. Thus, even though the two formations were only emitting the aura of level 9 elixir cultivators, it was still extremely difficult for level 9 elixir cultivators to move within them. However, to be able to cultivate to the 9th level of elixir, he was even more determined to pass the outer sect test and become an outer sect disciple of the Firmament God Palace. How could these two figures not have their own uniqueness? The two of them displayed their respective technique. A crescent shield and a giant axe appeared, each protecting their bodies and resisting the enormous pressure of the array, allowing them to walk step by step towards the center of the array. The two of them were already nearing the center of the array. They were only 10 feet away from the floating jade tablet. However, Yan Chutian wasn't worried at all. This was because he could clearly sense that the true power of the array had erupted at this moment. If the two of them could withstand it, there wouldn't be a problem. However, if they couldn't, then their previous perseverance would be in vain. The moment Yan Chutian understood all of this, the originally calm array suddenly erupted with extremely terrifying fluctuations. The berserk energy surged like a tidal wave. Following closely behind, it surged towards the two of them. Boom! The first wave directly pushed the two of them back several feet. This scene clearly caught the two of them off guard. When they raised their heads, their faces were filled with shock and disgust. Originally, the jade tablet was already within their reach. However, it was now far away from them. At the same time, looking at the reaction of the two of them, Yan Chutian couldn't help but secretly shake his head. Just based on the reaction of the two of them, Yan Chutian was certain that they didn't know anything about arrays. And if they didn't know anything about arrays and wanted to resist the power of the array to obtain the jade tablet, it was no different from a fool's dream. Boom boom! The power of the array once again rushed out like a wave. It was not out of Yan Chutian's expectations. Even though the two of them could still hold on for a while, they were still blown away by the power of the array in the end. After falling out of the range of the array, the two young cultivators' expressions were very ugly. After all, they were extremely confident in themselves. However, now they couldn't even resist a single array, let alone obtain the jade tablet. Therefore, how could their expressions be good? While their expressions were ugly, the two of them naturally felt the existence of Yan Chutian and Cher. However, they didn't have any fear towards the latter two, because they could clearly feel that the cultivation of this man and woman, the strongest, was only at the 8th level of elixir. They couldn't pose a threat to them at all. Clearly seeing the disregard of the two of them, Yan Chutian didn't have any reaction. Because he didn't need to have any reaction to their opinions. Yan Chutian only cared about himself and whispered a few words to Cher beside him. Then, he stepped towards the array. Seeing Yan Chutian's action, the two young male cultivators were shocked. Because they didn't understand what the other party was doing. Could it be that he also wanted to enter the array? But this array, even the two of them, who were at the 9th level of elixir, couldn't resist it. He was only at the 8th level of elixir. What could he do? But even if it was hard for them to understand, after a moment, they finally confirmed their opinion. This cultivator at the 8th level of elixir actually wanted to force his way into the array. This made the two of them, the corners of their mouths had a trace of ridicule slowly emerging. In their opinion, it was Yan Chutian who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Or maybe he was bewitched by the jade tablet. A mere 8th level of elixir actually dared to force his way in. Failure was inevitable, and after failure, he would be heavily injured. And naturally, they wouldn't give any warning. After all, it was the other party who was courting death. From beginning to end, Yan Chutian didn't pay attention to the two's reaction. He silently inhaled a breath of air, slowly circulating his spiritual energy, and stepped into the array. As soon as Yan Chutian stepped in, the pressure of the formation madly surged towards him. Although the pressure wasn't weak, it wasn't strong either. Thus, Yan Chutian was able to easily withstand it. But because of this, the two young male cultivators had a trace of contempt in their eyes. They knew that the depths of the array was the most terrifying place. The power of the array there was extremely difficult for even them to resist. Thus, when Yan Chutian walked into the depths of the array, the corners of their mouths had a trace of cruelty, one after the other. But in the next moment, when they saw Yan Chutian enter without any resistance, and didn't show any signs of abnormality, the cruel expression on their faces gradually froze. After the two of them froze, a look of deep shock appeared on their faces. Because they couldn't imagine how an 8th-level elixir cultivator could resist the pressure of the array. How is this possible? In the depths of the array, Yan Chutian's expression didn't change. Even if he walked into the depths of the array, he didn't need to fear in the slightest. This was because he knew that not only was his spiritual energy incomparably condensed and high quality, it was also fused with the mysterious yang energy. Because of this, his spiritual energy was able to resist the array's pressure. However, Yan Chutian also knew that if he were to approach the jade tablet and encounter the array's power, his spiritual energy would be insufficient. That meant that his spiritual energy wasn't enough, and he could only use the power of the 5 directions to block it. At the same time, even though the two young male cultivators were shocked in their hearts, they quickly concealed the shock on their faces. Seeing Yan Chutian walk step by step towards the center of the array, approaching the jade tablet, one of them couldn't help but shout, "No matter how strange he is, it's impossible for him to resist the final impact of the array's power." Hearing this, the other male cultivator secretly nodded. Previously, he had personally experienced the powerful impact of the array. Even he couldn't resist it. Unless it was a cultivator who had mastered the power of the 5 forces, no matter how strong the elixir cultivator was, it was impossible for them to resist the impact of the array's power. Boom! Under the expectant and excited gazes of the two young male cultivators, the expected impact of the array quickly gathered. Following that, the berserk energy rushed towards Yan Chutian. And now, his position was just like the previous two young cultivators, less than 10 feet away from the floating jade tablet. Haha! You overestimate yourself, come out! Chapter 472. Seeing that Yan Chutian was still fearlessly welcoming the impact of the formation, one of the young male cultivators couldn't help but sneer. In his opinion, this 8th-level elixir cultivator was truly ignorant. So what if he could withstand the pressure from the depths of the formation? That kind of pressure was not a problem for them. However, the eruption of the last wave of the formation's power was enough to force them back. But this 8th-level elixir cultivator actually dared to be so arrogant. Facing such an impact from the formation, how could Yan Chutian not be prepared? The most barbaric method was to use the power of the 5 directions to forcefully resist. However, Yan Chutian was not that strong in the end, because such a formation could be used to test his attainments in the Tao of formations. And he, who was resisting the pressure of the formation earlier, was trying to figure out the trajectory of the formation. As for now, he already had a rough idea. As a result, Yan Chutian's hand seals changed, and mysterious seals were formed one after another, quickly fusing into the surrounding space. Seeing this scene, the two young male cultivators scoffed, completely believing that Yan Chutian was deliberately mystifying. They were all staring intently at the impact of the formation, waiting for this majestic force to arrive. The 8th-level elixir cultivator would definitely fall out in a sorry state, or even be severely injured because of it. However, in the next moment, the sneers on their faces froze like before. because they actually saw that the power of the formation that was charging towards them was actually continuously illusory for no reason. When it approached Yan Chutian, it completely dissipated, and there were no longer any energy fluctuations. Impossible! How could this be? This scene caused the two of them to stare so hard that their eyeballs almost popped out, because they really couldn't imagine how the situation would turn out like this. The power of the formation did not sweep the 8th level elixir cultivator out like before, but continued to dissipate in front of him. Could it be that there's a problem with the formation? This was the only thought in their minds. However, regardless of what the two of them thought, Yan Chutian had already taken advantage of this opportunity to leap forward and put the jade tablet into his bag. When Yan Chutian retreated, the power of the formation was revived once again, and the surging power continued to surge out. However, at this time, Yan Chutian had already retreated. How could the power of this array still have a target to attack? Even though the two of them found it hard to understand the series of events earlier, they were gradually coming back to their senses now. At this very moment, how could they not understand that the other party must be well versed in the Tao of arrays? The hand seals that he continuously used before were to temporarily suppress the array. From the looks of it, it was no wonder that the other party was able to easily enter the formation that even they did not dare to rashly enter despite only being at the 8th level of elixir. It turned out that he was well versed in arrays. After the initial shock, the two of them were already filled with traces of anger that continued to grow in their hearts. No matter what, the two of them were in a stalemate because of the jade tablet inside the formation. But now, they could only watch as the jade tablet was taken away by someone else. How could the two of them feel the slightest bit of joy in their hearts? If it was under normal circumstances, the two of them might not say anything in front of everyone's eyes. However, there were only these few people right now. Moreover, Yan Chutian's cultivation was not even worth mentioning in their eyes. Previously, he was only relying on his understanding of arrays. Therefore, at this moment, the evil thoughts in their hearts were infinitely magnified. At the same time, Yan Chutian did not care about the two of them. Instead, he slowly handed the jade tablet in his hand over to the girl beside him. This jade tablet was the jade tablet with the word Xian in it. However, the moment Cher took the jade tablet, the two young male cultivators who had been silent finally spoke in unison. "Sir, isn't it too unkind to take away the jade tablet that we worked so hard to find just like that?" Ha. Hearing the two sudden sneers, Cher's beautiful face was obviously a little hesitant. However, Yan Chutian was the same as before. He faintly smiled and gestured for the girl to put away the jade tablet. Only then did he turn around and look in the direction of the voice. What shocked the two young male cultivators was that Yan Chutian, who had turned around, actually did not beat around the bush. He faintly smiled and said, Do you want to steal this jade tablet?" With a faint smile, Yan Chutian did not wait for the two of them to answer. He took out another jade tablet and patiently explained, "I have a jade tablet here. Moreover, I don't know if you know that the words engraved on these jade tablets mean the different levels. In short, the one in my hand is of the earth level." Hearing Yan Chutian's words and actions, the two young male cultivators' eyes flashed with green light. Although they were rogue cultivators, they also knew some of the rules of the Dark God Palace. At this time, with Yan Chutian's reminder, they naturally thought that these jade tablets also had different levels, and in front of them was an 8th layer elixir cultivator. He actually had a higher level jade tablet in his hand. How could they not be excited? Ha. Good, I didn't expect that an ant like you would have such an opportunity. However, today, these things are destined to be ours. One of the young male cultivators laughed loudly. He no longer suppressed his intentions. Then, as if he was worried that Yan Chutian would sow discord, he directly said to the other male cultivator, "Sir, let's steal this brat's jade tablet first. As for the division, it will depend on our own abilities. How about it?" Ha ha! That's what I was thinking. While laughing, the two had already reached an agreement. Then, one of the male cultivators shot a cold glance at Yan Chutian. As if he had seen through his plan, he laughed sinisterly. If you think that you can tempt us to kill each other with this, I have to say that you are too stupid. However, Yan Chutian obviously wanted to laugh at this male cultivator's words, because he did not have such thoughts. Why would he need to use schemes against two ordinary ninth-layer elixir cultivators? Therefore, the two of them were destined to be mocked by Yan Chutian. Naturally, the two of them could not tolerate this. Even if a eighth-layer elixir cultivator was proficient in formations, how could he be qualified to look down on them? They would not be so stupid as to give the other party any chance to set up formations. Moreover, the other party had lost his formations. What was he in front of the two of them? You are courting death. Therefore, without any explanation, the two of them unleashed their strength and suppressed Yan Chutian. They wanted to see what this eighth-layer elixir cultivator could do without formations. Looking at the two of them charging towards him, Yan Chutian only smiled faintly. He signaled the young girl beside him to retreat a little. Then, he slowly unleashed the strength that he had not displayed before. This was the strength of the five forces. After a moment, accompanied by a deafening boom, the two figures fell to the ground at the same time. After leaving a deep mark on the ground that was several feet long, it finally came to a stop. Looking over, the owners of the two figures were none other than the two young male cultivators. However, at this moment, they did not have the slightest bit of arrogance and dominance from before. The two of them were in tatters and their clothes were covered in blood. They looked extremely miserable. As for their expressions and eyes, they were filled with deep shock. It could even be said that they were overwhelmed with shock. It was no wonder that they were like this, because previously, they had already felt the strength that Yan Chutian had displayed. That was the strength of the five forces. The strength of the five forces was something that they had been searching for. Therefore, how could they not know about it? However, because they knew about it, they were even more shocked. Even though they were ninth-layer elixir cultivators, they had yet to condense the five spiritual marks and master the strength of the five forces. However, this guy who was merely an eighth-layer elixir cultivator had already mastered the strength of the five forces. After the initial shock, only regret remained in their hearts. Even though the opponent was only an eighth-layer elixir cultivator, if they knew that he had mastered the strength of the five forces, they would not have dared to attack him. The strength of the five forces was far too powerful. Even though it could not be compared to the chi force, it was enough to suppress the spiritual energy of a normal elixir cultivator. If he were to fight with him, even his most basic strength would be suppressed. How could he possibly win? However, they knew that since they had already attacked, it was too late to regret. Therefore, the two of them did not beg for mercy from Yan Chutian. Instead, they took out their spirit tablet. Then, the two of them could only crush the tablets in their hand. Moments later, they were surrounded by the strength of the space and were sent out of the spiritual feather secret territory. Chapter 473. Seeing the two of them being sent away by the power of space, Yan Chutian did not try to stop them. This was because he did not hate cultivators like them. He had seen too many Xiozha like this. But no matter how many of them he had seen, he would still maintain his own conscience and would never cross the line. At the same time, seeing that Yan Chutian had forced the two of them away, Cher's worried expression finally disappeared and was replaced by a faint joy. She carefully held the jade tablet with the word black in her hands as if the jade tablet was an incredible treasure. But from a certain point of view, the jade tablet was indeed a treasure to all the young cultivators who had entered the spiritual feather secret territory. Even if they did not become a disciple of the Firmament God Palace with such a jade tablet, they would still stand out from the crowd. As long as they could pass the next test, they would become a true disciple of the Firmament God Palace. Even if they were only outer disciples, their status would still be much higher than that of rogue cultivators. Back to the main topic, when Yen Chutian had obtained the jade tablet with the word black in place of share, it meant that the journey to the spiritual feather secret territory had been completed. Now they just had to wait for the end of this test and pass the second test to become a true outer disciple of the Firmament God Palace. At the same time, fierce competition quickly broke out in various parts of the spiritual feather secret territory as jade tablet after jade tablet was discovered. Moreover, in such a large group of cultivators, there would definitely be someone like Yen Chutian who knew about the different grades of the jade tablet. Therefore, the higher the grade of the jade tablet, the more intense the competition would be. At the peak of a 1,000-foot-tall mountain, a white-robed figure quietly looked at the giant green eagle that was entrenched on the peak. The aura of this giant cyan eagle was extremely powerful. Even though it was surrounded by several half-step nascent soul cultivators, it did not panic at all. With a light flap of its wings, it was able to send them flying. It was not difficult to know that this giant green eagle's strength had already reached the true Yuanying realm. However, such a nascent soul stage spirit beast was fearless in the face of so many half-step nascent soul cultivators. Yet, when the white-robed figure appeared, it immediately reacted. In the depths of the arrogant beast's eyes, a very human-like fear quickly emerged. After entering the Yuanying realm, spirit beasts would gain intelligence. Thus, this green eagle spirit beast was able to think like a human. Thus, it was naturally able to sense exactly how powerful the human before it was like a human cultivator. Haha's second level of Yuanying? A spirit beast with such a cultivation level should be able to possess the heavenly jade tablet, right? Looking at the giant green eagle, there was not the slightest trace of fear on the white-clothed figure's face. Instead, there was only the glow of excitement as if he had found his prey. Generally speaking, such a light was most commonly seen on spirit beasts, so the giant green eagle naturally felt humiliated. So what if the other party was also extremely powerful? What right did a mere human have to look at it with such a gaze? Thus, in the next instant, the green eagle let out a wild roar. As its wings flapped, a majestic force surged outwards. The strength of this force was enough to suppress the quasi-Yuanying practitioners, making it difficult for them to advance. Thus, those who did not understand the situation looked at the white-clothed figure with a thick sense of mockery. From their point of view, the white-clothed figure dared to provoke the green eagle. This was no different from courting death. Even with so many of them working together, one of them had been seriously injured by the green eagle's sharp claws due to carelessness. He had been forced to crush his spirit tablet and escape. Furthermore, the other party had provoked the green eagle by himself. Did he think that they would be kind enough to help him escape danger? However, their gazes of mockery quickly froze. This was because they could clearly see that the white-clothed figure did not dodge the incoming green eagle. However, there was an indescribably powerful force that swiftly enveloped the entire area from within his body. With such power, even if he did not activate it, it was enough to suppress the surging spiritual energy around them. These people who were able to cultivate to the quasi-Yuanying stage were not fools. Furthermore, they were fighting with the quasi-Yuanying green eagle just now. Thus, how could they not know what kind of power the white-clothed figure was displaying? It was the power of aura. Above a certain lake in the spirit feather secret realm. Although there were no powerful spirit beasts in this large lake, there was a large lake. However, in the center of the lake there was a huge mechanism. The so-called mechanism was similar to a formation, but it was not the same. Or to put it more simply, the mechanism used the formation as its core, but its body and corners were different. At this moment, as the mechanism gradually opened, the shocking aura rapidly spread outwards. This aura was enough to make quasi-Yuanying stage cultivators feel oppressed. It was enough to imagine how powerful this mechanism was. However, in the face of such a shocking mechanism, a purple-clothed figure looked on calmly. In his eyes, there was not the slightest trace of seriousness. There was only a gradually clear reflection of the jade tablet as his gaze swept over it. Sky jade tablet. The purple-clothed figure indifferently muttered to himself. Then, he stomped on the ground with one foot and rushed towards the mechanism. In the depths of the mountain range, there was also no shocking aura of spirit beast. However, the powerful aura that spread outwards was not weaker than that of a Yuanying stage spirit beast. In this mountain range, there was a huge formation that spanned between two huge mountains. It was releasing its most terrifying aura. The surging power was so shocking that even a quasi-Yuanying practitioner would be severely injured and sent flying if they dared to approach it. The strength of this formation was enough to trap and kill a Yuanying stage cultivator. However, in front of such a violent formation, there was a long-haired youth laughing loudly. In his hearty laughter, there was not a trace of fear towards this formation. There was only a strong sense of surprise and excitement. Ha ha ha, a formation that can trap and kill a Yuanying stage cultivator. Good good. Various places in the Spirit Feather's secret realm were full of excitement. It was just like Yen Chutian's opinion. There were many talents in the heaven domain. Even Yen Chutian did not dare to say that he could suppress everyone. Under this excitement, the owners of the 256 jade tablets naturally appeared one by one. And after the last jade tablet also had its owner, under the control of someone, the spirit tablets of the cultivators who did not own a jade tablet automatically shattered. The moment the spirit tablets shattered, the power of space quickly spread out. Without any explanation, it wrapped them up and sent them out of the Spirit Feather secret realm. After a while, these people all appeared in the square of the Firmament God City. However, their current position was no longer in the center of the square. In such a situation, even if they did not understand what was going on, they had already reacted. All of them had been eliminated in the first round. After all the cultivators who did not have a jade tablet were sent out, the remaining young cultivators in the Spirit Feather secret realm were the 256 people who had a jade tablet. Their spirit tablets did not shatter. Instead, the power of space slowly spread out from the jade tablet and enveloped their bodies. Seeing this scene, Yen Chutian already understood that he and Cher had passed the first round of the test. In other words, there were only 256 people left out of the 1,000 participants. Swish! In the next moment the space flowed. After the sky and earth spun, Yen Chutian and Cher appeared in the square of the Firmament God City. Without exception, they were all in the center of the square. However, at this time, Yen Chutian and Cher had already separated. More specifically, these 256 people were divided into 4 levels. The higher the level, the fewer the number of cultivators. With the Jade Tablet's division into the 4 levels of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, Yen Chutian could easily guess that the 4 levels were probably based on the Jade Tablet. Yen Chutian did not care about this. The only thing he cared about was that whether or not he could pass the second test would depend on Cher's own strength. He only hoped that with his jade bracelet, Cher would be able to safely pass the second test and enter the outer sect. At the same time, looking at the figures being teleported out, the few old outer sect disciples above the square all cast their gazes over. This was because they knew that the new outer sect disciples this year would be chosen from these 256 people. Chapter 474. But at this time, Luo Yu was obviously not interested. After all, in her eyes, she only wanted to quietly complete the first task her father gave her. As for who would become an outer court disciple, it had nothing to do with her. Obviously, even though Luo Yu was more lively than her sister on the surface, she was still as cold as the former in her heart. However, just like this, when she casually glanced around a few times, when she suddenly saw a certain figure, her originally calm expression could no longer be maintained like before. Luo Yu had already seen Yen Chutian when the crowd had entered the Lingyu secret territory. Although she was angry about this, she did not do anything. This was because after entering the Lingyu's secret territory, one would be isolated from the outside world. Even if one wanted to do something, it would be impossible. Secondly, she felt that after entering the Lingyu's secret territory, the other party would definitely be eliminated. After all, even a level 9 elixir cultivator would be eliminated in the Firmament God Palace's outer court test if they were not careful. And he was only a level 8 elixir cultivator, so it was not a big deal. But now, the other party had actually succeeded in breaking through. And from the way he stood, he had actually obtained the Earth Jade Tablet? Wait. At this point, Luo Yu suddenly remembered the girl who had followed this level 8 elixir cultivator into the Lingyu secret territory. Although she did not have a good impression of Yan Chutian, she had a good impression of that girl. She was even more unwilling to see the latter following such a bastard. While thinking, Luo Yu's beautiful eyes had already swept over the crowd. The result that followed was destined to shock her again. That was because she had seen the timid Shui in the group with the profound character Jade Medallion. But the other party's cultivation was clearly only at level 6 elixir. How could she obtain the Black Jade Tablet? Junior Sister Yu, what's wrong? Beside Luo Yu, the green-robed man, Senior Brother Guo, smiled elegantly. His line of sight followed Luo Yu's line of sight and slowly looked towards where Cher was. Seeing the girl for the first time, even with such a beautiful girl as Luo Yu as an example, his eyes could not help but light up. He had never seen a girl with such a pure temperament. If it was in the past, even if Luo Yu didn't ignore Senior Brother Guo's question, she would only give a perfunctory answer. But at this moment it was unknown what she was thinking, but she unexpectedly said, "Senior Martial Brother Guo, I want that girl to become my outer sect disciple." The green-robed man already had such intentions when he saw Cher, and now that Luo Yu had spoken, how could he possibly disagree? However, the old fox was an old fox after all. Before he opened his mouth, he still pretended to think for a moment. Only then did he pretend to answer casually. "Since Junior Martial Sister Yu has spoken, then Senior Martial Brother will make an exception this time." Luo Yu thanks Senior Guo. Luo Yu thanked her. Although she could help the young girl pass the test and become an outer court disciple by herself, Luo Yu didn't care. However, with Guo Hong making the arrangements, it would be the most flawless. As for the other party's thoughts, how could she not understand? She just didn't want to expose them now. In his eyes, Guo Hong was even more disgusting than that 8th level elixir cultivator. She recruited the young girl into the outer court not only because she had a good impression of her, but also because she wanted to help the young girl break away from such a disgusting man and give her a chance to strengthen herself. At the same time, Yan Chutian, who didn't know that Luo Yu had already made her move, was quietly waiting in the crowd. Looking over, he saw 4 figures of Yuanying realm deacons slowly appear above the square. The 4 deacons each held a spiritual pillar in their hands. Although the spiritual pillars were almost the same, the words carved on the top of the spiritual pillars were different. They corresponded to the words heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Although Yan Chutian had never seen such a spirit pillar before, with his spirit eye, he could vaguely sense that this spirit pillar should be used to measure a cultivator's talent and strength. In other words, not only talent, but even cultivation would affect the results of the spiritual pillar's measurement. This situation made Yan Chutian feel slightly relieved. It seemed that the Firmament God Palace's disciple recruitment test wasn't as cruel as he thought. This second test shouldn't be a problem, not only for him, but also for Cher. After all, although Cher's cultivation was weak, her talent was extremely high. Yan Chutian admitted that he was far from the astonishing talent brought by her pure bloodline. With the measuring tool on the stage, Luo Yu naturally flew again and appeared in front of everyone. She then announced the second test's method, which was almost the same as what Yan Chutian had expected. However, at this time, she finally revealed the grades of the Jade Tablet. There were a total of 256 jade tablets, and these jade tablets were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The higher the grade, the fewer jade tablets there were, and the higher the standard for passing the spiritual pillars test. However, behind this seemingly unfair test, as long as you could pass the test and become an outer court disciple, you would have a higher status. If there was a risk, there would naturally be a high return. When Luo Yu finished speaking and stepped back, the spiritual pillar completely descended in front of Yan Chutian and the others. The pillar was pitch black without any luster, but it seemed that no matter how strong the force was, it would be difficult to cause any damage to it. The test begins. As one of the Heaven Mansion's elders spoke, the curtains of the second test were raised. The test was right in front of them. There were only a dozen heaven jade tablets in the crowd. Immediately, a white-robed figure slowly walked out from the crowd. This person's status was obviously very high. As soon as he walked out, he attracted a lot of attention, even in Firmament God City. "This is Firmament God City's Divine General Li's only son? I've always heard that Divine General Li's son is extremely talented. Now that I've seen it, I'm afraid that his cultivation has already reached the second level of yuanying. Reaching the second level of yuanying at such a young age means that he has entered the real Firmament God Palace. Isn't that like a dragon entering the sea?" Many exclamations slowly rang out from all directions. Many of the independent cultivators in the center of the square couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. After all, most of them hadn't even reached the yuanying state, let alone the second level of yuanying. At the same time, Yan Chutian gradually realized the identity of the white-robed figure. As the gateway to Firmament God Palace, Firmament God City was naturally guarded by experts belonging to Firmament God Palace. The experts guarding the city were known as the 3 Great Divine Generals. Presumably, the white-robed figure was the only son of Divine General Li, one of the 3 Great Divine Generals. For this reason, Yan Chutian didn't find it strange that the white-robed figure had already reached the second level of yuanying. As the son of a divine general, he had a unique advantage. As long as he was talented, he should have such a cultivation. In comparison, Yan Chutian paid more attention to the few yuanying practitioners who seemed to be independent cultivators among the dozen figures. Relying on their own efforts to reach the yuanying state at such a young age, Yan Chutian couldn't underestimate them. However, Yan Chutian didn't mean that Yan Chutian would look down on those who had yet to reach the yuanying state. Yan Chutian believed that in such a crowd, there might be someone like him who was not in a hurry to step into the nascent soul stage, but wanted to condense the number of spirit runes in their body to the limit. Condensing spiritual inscriptions wasn't a waste of effort. This meant that one had a strong foundation. The stronger one's foundation, the stronger one's foundation. Even if one's cultivation couldn't be compared to others, one would still be able to defeat stronger opponents. This was why the current Yan Chutian dared to challenge yuanying state cultivators. His 6-direction force might not be weaker than the newly born Qi dynamic force, especially those who had only fused the 5-direction force. Back to the main topic, the white-robed figure stepped forward. As he approached the sky spirit pillar, he ruthlessly slammed his palm down without any explanation. The power of this palm was simply too strong. Most likely, even an ordinary half-step nascent soul cultivator would be killed by such a palm. There was nothing he could do. After all, his cultivation was at the second level of the nascent soul realm. After he slammed his palm down, there wasn't any rumbling sound. There was only a pillar of light that rapidly rose from the bottom of the pitch-black spirit pillar and rushed upwards. After a full 5 breaths, the pillar of light finally reached the top. Then, the entire spirit pillar exploded with a dazzling light. Pass! Behind the sky spirit pillar, the yuanying deacon, who was quietly waiting, announced the result. Chapter 475. It was clear that only by completely lighting up the corresponding spiritual pillar with one's own power would one pass the test. Regarding the white-clothed figure passing the test, the crowd's reaction wasn't very enthusiastic. It was more like it was within their expectations. No matter if it was cultivation or identity, he was at the top of the 200 or so people. If even he couldn't pass the test, it would be unacceptable. Since someone had already started the test, the remaining 3 spiritual pillars naturally started the test one after another. However, most of the gazes still revolved around the heavenly pillar. It could be said that the people in front of this spiritual pillar were the strongest young cultivators after passing the first test. In other words, they were the most influential people among the new outer sect disciples of the Firmament God Palace. Following the white-clothed figure, a purple-clothed figure also slowly walked out. Just like the white-clothed figure before, this purple-clothed figure also appeared cold and arrogant. However, he also possessed enough strength to be cold and arrogant. Before entering the Firmament God Palace, he had already stepped into the Yuanying realm. One could imagine how quickly a dragon could become strong after entering the ocean. After that, this purple-clothed figure also threw out a punch and a myriad of forces went straight for the spiritual pillar. Similarly, after 5 breaths of time, the light pillar that spread out went straight to the top of the spiritual pillar and exploded with a bright radiance. Pass! When the radiance exploded, the old deacon guarding behind the spiritual pillar spoke again and announced that he had passed the test. However, at the same time, the other 3 spiritual pillars weren't like the heavenly pillar, where news of victory kept spreading. Especially in front of the yellow spiritual pillar. Logically speaking, the yellow spiritual pillar had the lowest standard and should have the most people passing. However, when it came to the test, there were people who failed one after another. Moreover, those who failed all had cultivation at the 9th level of the elixir realm. I didn't think that the second test would be so difficult. Yeah, I'm afraid that even half of the 200 people would be lucky to pass the test. That's normal. The enormous Firmament God Palace doesn't need weak disciples. The new disciples they need are better than substandard ones. Sounds of discussion rang out from the surrounding crowd. Just as they were discussing, the sharp-eyed crowd quickly discovered that there seemed to be a young girl with a cultivation of elixir level 6 within the Xian Jade tablet. They couldn't believe it. Not only was he at level 6 elixir, but he didn't get eliminated in the first round, and he even got a black jade tablet? Although they were shocked, when they saw that the young girl was also about to undergo the second test, they couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. In front of the Huang number Ling pillars, many 9th level elixir Xiuzha had difficulty passing the test, much less in front of the Xian number Ling pillar. The girl was only at the 6th level of elixir. However, how could he pass the spirit pillar test? When they walked out of the crowd, not only Yan Chutian, but even Cher could feel the size of many people shaking their heads. Obviously, they didn't think that Cher would be able to pass the test. However, Cher didn't care about it. She only secretly looked at Yan Chutian. After seeing the faint smile on the latter's face, she secretly made up her mind. Big Brother Yin had prepared too much for her. She couldn't let him down, and she couldn't let him worry. With that thought, the young girl's face became determined. She stood in front of the Ling pillar and continuously circulated her strength. When she felt that she had reached her limit, she finally slapped out her palm. Compared to the many Xiuzha who had taken the test on the Ling pillar, this palm was much weaker. Because of this, the surrounding crowd became more serious. However, after this palm was slapped out, it caused the eyes of the several elders, who had been resting with their eyes closed, to move slightly. Then, they slowly opened their eyes. They were all at least at the Heavenly Palace stage. Therefore, they could naturally feel things that ordinary Xiuzha couldn't. Buzz! It was also at this moment that there was no movement in front of the Heaven Spirit Pillar. However, there was a slight buzzing sound in front of the Xian Spirit Pillar. Accompanied by the buzzing sound, a pillar of light rapidly shot up from the bottom of the Ling pillar. It went straight to the top of the Ling pillar and dazzled the eyes. How is this possible? At this moment, the countless gazes that were looking over were filled with intense shock. How could they imagine that a young girl at the 6th level of elixir could actually light up the Ling pillar? How was this possible? Previously, many 9th level elixir Xiuzhe had tried to pass the test, but they all failed. In the sky above the square, the eyes of the green-robed senior brother Guo lit up. He was originally prepared to do some tricks to help this pure young girl pass the test. However, who would have thought that he didn't even need to do anything? The young girl passed the test with her own strength. There could only be one reason for this situation. The young girl's talent was too strong. It covered up the weakness of her cultivation. What shocking talent! Luo Yu's pretty face was also shocked. She also didn't think that this young girl's talent would be so strong. She was afraid that even she couldn't compare to such talent. Because of this, she was even more determined in her thoughts. How could such an extraordinary young girl be harmed by such a man? She should be like herself and quickly rise in the firmament god palace. At the same time, the surrounding crowd gradually regained their senses. There were some among them who had extraordinary eyesight. Naturally, they could see what the young girl relied on to pass the test. Naturally, this kind of passing caused the crowd to be even more shocked. After all, talent meant that a Xiuzhe could be extraordinary in the future. At this moment, only Yan Chutian could be considered to have expected this. This was because he had long known just how powerful Shui Er's talent was. Since the Ling pillar had already been lit up, then Cher passing the test was inevitable. Before and after the test, Cher was destined to be different. The gazes that were competing with each other seemed to want to imprint the young girl's appearance deeply into their minds. However, no matter how shocked they were, the storm would temporarily pass and the test would continue. But perhaps because of Cher, the crowd's gazes didn't continue to fall on the heaven's spiritual pillar. Because they were all looking forward to the appearance of another Xiuzhe with extraordinary talent that could shake the Ling pillar. Under this kind of situation, it was Yan Chutian's turn in front of the earth spiritual pillar. Speaking of which, Yan Chutian's existence also caused the crowd to be shocked in their hearts. Even though Yan Chutian's cultivation was at the 8th level of the elixir realm, in front of the earth spiritual pillar, the weakest person was at the 9th level of the elixir realm. Some even grasped the power of the 5 directions and stepped into the half-step Yuanying realm. The crowd couldn't understand how he obtained the Earth Jade Tablet. However, there was already no meaning in thinking about the reason at this moment. So, the crowd quickly locked their gazes onto the Ling pillar. Since it was already the second stage of the test, they naturally wanted to know how this young male Xiuzhe, with his cultivation at the 8th level of the elixir realm, would display his extraordinariness and light up the Ling pillar. In the air above the plaza, Luo Yu's beautiful eyes looked over. When her gaze landed on Yan Chutian, she obviously didn't have any good feelings towards him. No matter what, it was because of him that the clothing she gave her sister wasn't perfect. Moreover, she didn't believe that the other party could be like that young girl and also possess astonishing talent. As long as he didn't have any talent, then with his cultivation at the 8th level of the elixir realm, it was impossible for him to pass the test of the earth spiritual pillar. Under the countless gazes, Yan Chutian didn't have any reaction. He only calmly and slowly gathered his strength. When he gathered it to a certain extent, he suddenly punched out. When the punch was thrown out, it was just like the other Xiuzhe from before. There was no movement. However, no movement. This punch would cause countless gazes to shift away. Because there was no movement, it meant that he wasn't the type with astonishing talent. And if his talent wasn't astonishing, with his cultivation at the 8th level of the elixir realm, how could he pass the test of the earth spiritual pillar? However, under such circumstances, a moment later, a dazzling light erupted from the top of the earth spiritual pillar. At the same time, The deacon elder also spoke in a voice that was filled with shock. How is this possible? He actually passed the test? He isn't a monstrous genius, but he passed the test with his cultivation at the 8th level of the elixir realm? Genius remembered the address of the website in 1 second. Sogu Mobile Version Website. Chapter 476. What? On the square, countless shocked gazes were cast over. Naturally, Luo Yu's beautiful eyes were also included among them. As a disciple of the Firmament God Palace and the host of this year's selection, Luo Yu knew very well how to pass the second test. To pass the spiritual pillar test, one either had to be extraordinarily powerful or extremely talented. But the other party's actions just now were obviously not due to his innate talent. But could it be that this was due to the fact that the other party, with his mere cultivation of primal core 8th level, had passed the test with brute force? But how was that possible? How could he pass the test with his 8th level elixir cultivation? Moreover, it was the Earth spiritual pillar test, which was just below the heaven level. However, no matter how shocked they were, Yan Chutian was destined to pass the test after the elder announced the results. As the person involved, Yan Chutian looked extremely calm. This was because when he punched out just now, he had secretly activated the 6 forces force. Although the power of the 6 directions couldn't compare to the unique aura of a nascent soul cultivator in a head-on clash, it was still not weak. At least, it was not a problem for him to pass the Earth spiritual pillar test. As he retreated to the crowd, he ignored the many gazes around him. Instead, he looked in a certain direction in front of the Xian spiritual pillar and smiled faintly. A certain young girl who had received the former's faint smile immediately revealed an even happier smile on her already joyful face. After the faint smile, Yan Chutian gradually stopped smiling and looked towards the square. He knew that they had passed the Firmament God Palace's outer sect test. This meant that they had become true outer sect disciples of the Firmament God Palace. Although becoming an outer sect disciple was still a long way from becoming a top inner sect holy son, it was still the first step. At the same time, it also meant that they had taken the first step towards meeting their master. After the shock, the waves gradually calmed down and the selection continued. However, calming down did not mean that it had disappeared. Everyone already knew that Yan Chutian existed. Of course, at the same time, they also knew about Shui. Moreover, from a certain point of view, it was Shui who made them remember her more. After all, the former not only had astonishing talent that could make up for the huge gap in cultivation, her appearance was enough to leave a deep impression on them, making it difficult for them to forget. The examination lasted for a little less than half a day. Only after a little less than half a day later did everyone complete all the examinations in front of their respective corresponding 4 spirit pillars. After the test, the original 200-plus people group was reduced to around 100. Although the elimination rate was not as high as before, it was still extremely frightening. And in the group that passed the test, the higher the grade of the Ling pillar, the higher the passing rate of the Xiozha. It wasn't hard to see that the cultivators who were able to snatch a few high-grade jade tablet could make up for it with their own strength even though they had to pass a higher test. All in all, after half a day, the curtains of the second test had finally come to an end. After that, only Yan Chutian and 100 other people remained in the huge square of the Firmament God City. They stood in the center of the square and received countless envious and respectful gazes from all around the square. Facing such a scene, Yan Chutian could feel that even the young Yuanying stage cultivators couldn't suppress the pride and arrogance in their hearts. After all, they were still young and full of vigor. They weren't like him, who had climbed to the top in his previous life. Therefore, in the face of such a scene, he was still able to remain calm. However, at this time, Yan Chutian could also sense an anomaly. As for this anomaly, who else could it be other than the young girl Cher? Just like Yan Chutian, Cher didn't feel much about the surrounding scene. She just followed behind Yan Chutian, her gaze never leaving the corner of his clothes. All those who pass the test will stay in the Firmament God estate tonight and follow me to the Firmament God Palace tomorrow. Above the square, an elder of the Firmament Palace spoke again. Although he couldn't be compared to the white-browed elder who had surpassed the Firmament Palace, his status was extremely high as he was able to become an outer elder of the Firmament God Palace. Therefore, when he spoke, nearly 100 cultivators, including the son of the divine general of the Firmament God City, bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. After that, Yan Chutian saw several outer disciples, including Luo Yu, flying out. Obviously, they were going to lead them to the Firmament God estate in the Firmament God City. Half a day later, under the guidance of several people, Yan Chutian and the others appeared in a magnificent palace in the Firmament God City. However, after this, Yan Chutian and Cher would have to be separated temporarily. Due to the difference between men and women, they would be staying in different places in the Firmament God estate. Cher was obviously a little unhappy about this, but she quickly calmed down after Yan Chutian's comforting words. However, Yan Chutian didn't know if it was his illusion, but during this process, he felt that there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him. When he followed his perception and looked back, who else could it be other than Luo Yu? Although the former wasn't looking at him at all, Yan Chutian had a feeling that the owner of the gaze was her. Yan Chutian also felt a headache when it came to Luo Yu. How could he have thought that he would encounter her in the outer disciple assessment? Moreover, she knew that he had become a new disciple. If she wanted to secretly trip him up because of what happened that day, there was really nothing he could do. However, since it had already come to this point, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't be afraid. No matter whether she would do that or not, he was prepared to block soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. The night in the Firmament God estate was destined to be turbulent for many people, and it was the same for Yan Chutian as well. With the earth jade token, his treatment among the new disciples should be able to reach the upper middle level. However, this wasn't enough. In order to enter the inner sect as soon as possible, he had to find a way to become strong and dazzling as soon as possible. In other words, after entering the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace, he would have no chance to rest. Instead, he had to make use of all the resources and opportunities available to him to quickly become stronger and surpass those who had obtained the Heaven Jade Tablet. However, this was probably just the starting point. After the new disciples, there would be many more veteran disciples. Yan Chutian didn't believe that they wouldn't be eager to enter the inner sect. Therefore, Yan Chutian's relaxed state of mind after becoming an outer disciple suddenly became extremely tense. Once again, his journey in the Firmament God Palace had just begun. Night fell quickly and passed quickly. When the light of the morning sun illuminated the earth, the atmosphere in the Firmament God estate was stirred up. In the room, Yan Chutian slowly stopped cultivating. However, just as he was about to get up, the originally closed door was suddenly opened. In the Firmament God estate, Yan Chutian thought that no one would dare to be presumptuous, so he didn't set up any restrictions. Therefore, a rare look of surprise appeared on his face. However, this surprise was quickly concealed by Yan Chutian. At the same time, he saw the person who had come. The person who had suddenly barged in was none other than Luo Yu, an outer disciple of the Firmament God Palace, whom Yan Chutian had seen several times. "So it's senior sister Luo," Yan Chutian said calmly. However, Luo Yu didn't say anything. Instead, she waved her hand and closed the door. Along with this action, an extremely powerful force surged and spread around her body. In a few breaths, the entire room was completely sealed. The other party's sudden action immediately made Yan Chutian tense up. In his body, a violent force had already surged and gathered. If the other party didn't care and directly attacked him, he would let the other party know that he wasn't a pushover. However, Luo Yu obviously wouldn't attack. She just stared coldly at Yan Chutian, oppressing Yan Chutian from beginning to end. It was as if she was trying to intimidate him. After a moment, she said indifferently, I don't care what method you use to deceive Cher. After entering the Firmament God Palace, you have nothing to do with her. I will take good care of her and won't let anyone harm her. Luo Yu's sudden words obviously startled Yan Chutian. He didn't expect that the other party had come because of Cher. However, how could he be manipulated by others when it came to Cher? Senior Sister Luo, you're overstepping your boundaries. Cher is my sister. She doesn't need an outsider's interference. Chapter 477. Haha, what an outsider. You are not related to Cher by blood. What kind of relative are you? Luo Yu sneered. Her eyes, which were usually filled with charm, were now like sharp swords that could pierce through people's hearts. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. With Cher's talent, she is not someone you can touch. Now, Cher is young and ignorant. She is fooled by your sweet words. But in the future, she will understand that you are just an ant that she looks up to. You will have nothing to do with her. Hearing Luo Yu's words that seemed to be able to pierce through his heart, Yan Chutian couldn't help but faintly smile. He finally understood that Luo Yu had treated him and Shui as a man and woman. And now, she was going to stand up for Cher. Yan Chutian could not sneer at Luo Yu. After all, the source of her words was for Cher. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something at this moment. Yan Chutian knew very well that now that he had entered the outer gate of the Firmament God Palace, it was impossible for him to take care of Cher everywhere. But Luo Yu was different. With her status, under her protection, no one in the outer gate would dare to harass Cher. And with her attitude, she would probably give Cher the best cultivation resources so that Cher could become stronger as soon as possible. Because of all these, Yan Chutian did not go against Luo Yu's words. Instead, he followed her words and asked, Senior Sister Luo means that with my ability, I am not good enough for Cher. But dare I ask Senior Sister Luo, how do you think that I am not good enough for Cher? You really won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Luo Yu sneered. Then I'll explain it clearly to you. With Shui-Er's talent, as long as she cultivates diligently and has sufficient cultivation resources, she has an extremely high chance of entering the inner court in the next inner court exam. And Cher can enter the inner gate. But you are only an outer gate disciple. How can you be good enough for Cher? Luo Yu originally thought that Yan Chutian would be ashamed and his face would turn red. She did not expect the former to be so calm. Then, he spoke in an extremely calm manner. Haha, Senior Sister Luo, are you so sure that I can't enter the inner gate with you? So what if you are? Although I don't know how you passed the test yesterday, I think you were just lucky. But in the inner gate assessment, anyone can only rely on their own strength to pass the test. If I can. How about this? I'll make a bet with Senior Sister Luo here. In the outer gate, you can take Cher away, but you can't stop me from seeing Cher. And in the next inner gate disciple assessment, if I don't have the fate to enter the inner gate, I won't see Cher again. But at the same time, if I enter the inner gate, I ask Senior Sister Luo not to say such words in front of me. Yan Chutian's words obviously shocked Luo Yu. She never thought that Yan Chutian would say such words. One had to know that when she said that Cher could enter the inner gate, there was a trace of uncertainty. If it wasn't for Cher's astonishing talent, if it wasn't for her identity in the outer gate, and the cultivation resources that she could fight for the former, she would never dare to say such words. But now, the other party, an 8th-level elixir cultivator who had just entered the Firmament God City and hadn't even become an outer disciple, actually dared to say that he would obtain a spot to enter the inner gate in the next inner gate assessment. Didn't he know what kind of enormous resistance existed in the middle? While she was shocked, Luo Yu quickly restrained her expression. In her opinion, the person in front of her must have overestimated himself and dared to say such arrogant words because he didn't know what was good for him. After he entered the outer gate, he would gradually understand how laughable the words he said today were. However, Luo Yu naturally wouldn't let go of such an excellent opportunity to let Cher get rid of the person in front of her. Alright, it's a deal. But I hope that after you know that you don't know what's good for you, you can tactfully fulfill the bet and leave silently. Otherwise, I, Luo Yu, will let you know what regret is. As her voice fell, Luo Yu didn't wait for Yan Chutian's reply this time. She withdrew her power and immediately left. Looking at Luo Yu's departing figure, Yan Chutian slightly narrowed his eyes. It seemed that no matter when, his journey was destined to be unpeaceful. Then, Yan Chutian simply packed up, quickly left the room, and hurried to the Firmament God Estate gate where they would gather. However, perhaps because of Luo Yu, Yan Chutian didn't notice that a green-robed figure flashed at the corner of the long corridor until he left. The green-robed figure happened to witness the scene of the two people leaving the room one after the other. Before he reached the Firmament God Estate gate, Yan Chutian saw a beautiful figure with anxious eyes. When the beautiful figure finally saw Yan Chutian, she finally relaxed her eyebrows and rushed over impatiently. This beautiful figure was naturally Shui. Approaching Yan Chutian's side, Shui opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Yan Chutian spoke first and interrupted her words. Cher, if you have something to say it later. Cher had always obeyed Yan Chutian, and naturally, she was no exception this time. Therefore, Cher followed Yan Chutian and headed to the Firmament God Estate gate. By the time the two arrived at the entrance, there were already close to 100 figures gathered there. He turned his gaze slightly and saw Luo Yu. Including her, 3 senior outer disciples were following behind the Heavenly Palace Elder who had spoken to lead the group yesterday. Yan Chutian didn't do anything. Instead, he slowly walked into the crowd with Cher. In fact, at this moment, he could already see that the originally scattered crowd had already changed. Small groups were faintly discernible. Among them, the group of Yuanying realm cultivators who possessed the Sky Jade Tablet was the largest. Yan Chutian could understand this. Whether it was in the Firmament God Palace or not, there would always be the underworld. For ordinary people, if they wanted to gain a foothold, they would need to find a backer. This was obviously the case at the moment. However, Yan Chutian had no intention of finding a backer or forming a clique, because it would be a waste of time. But now, Yan Chutian didn't have time to waste. After entering the crowd and waiting for a moment, when the crowd seemed to have gathered, the Heavenly Palace Elder took a step forward. With a wave of his sleeve, a huge spirit boat seemed to appear out of thin air. Even Yuanying realm cultivators couldn't do such a thing. Only those at the Heavenly Palace realm could do such a thing. This formless deterrence caused the crowd to revere him even more. This caused the dozen or so nascent soul stage new students to lower their gazes a little. Everyone board the spirit boat. It's time to depart. The Heavenly Palace Elder's calm voice slowly rang out. His figure didn't seem to move as he appeared on the spirit boat. After the Heavenly Palace Elder, the 3 senior disciples also boarded the spirit boat one by one. After that, it was Yan Chutian's turn. When everyone boarded the spirit boat, the Heavenly Palace Elder waved his sleeve again. In an instant, the spirit boat, which was completely made of spiritual energy, carried everyone into the sky and soared into the clouds. On the spirit boat, Cher, who was attached to Yan Chutian, wanted to speak. However, before she could open her mouth, Yan Chutian whispered, Cher, after entering the outer sect, you might have to be separated from Big Brother Yen for a while. But don't worry, Big Brother Yen can visit you at any time. While you're separated from Brother Yen, follow that woman called Luo Yu. She'll provide you with the best cultivation environment and resources. Shui, you must take advantage of this opportunity to become stronger as soon as possible. Cher clearly didn't expect Yan Chutian's words. She didn't expect that Big Brother Yen already knew about this matter, and even made arrangements for her. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't want to be separated from Yan Chutian. But at this moment, Cher clearly knew what Yen Chutian had to face. Therefore, she knew that she couldn't continue to be a burden to him. She had to become stronger. Not only was she no longer a burden, she could even help Big Brother Yen. Chapter 478. Therefore, Cher hesitated for the first time this time. If what Yen Chutian said was true, she would be able to obtain the best cultivation environment and resources by Luo Yu's side. She would also be able to quickly become stronger. After hesitating for a moment, the desire to become stronger in her heart finally overcame the desire to rely on and accompany Luo Yu. Therefore, Cher slowly raised her head, her beautiful face filled with determination. Brother Yen, Cher understands. Seeing that Cher agreed so easily, Yen Chutian couldn't help but look at Cher strangely. After catching a glimpse of the determination on her beautiful face, Yen Chutian gradually understood. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the former's beautiful head. He spoke in a tone that only the two of them could hear. It seems that Cher has grown up. Hearing these words that were half serious and half teasing, the girl couldn't help but blush. Then, she mustered her courage and pouted coquettishly. Cher has grown up a long time ago. Brother Yen, can't you see it? Looking at the girl's clearly arched chest, Yen Chutian had to admit defeat. Then, he began to enjoy the future. He was afraid that he wouldn't have much companionship in the future. Yen Chutian knew that even if Luo Yu promised not to stop him from meeting Cher, she would still do something. Moreover, even if it was him, he wouldn't have much time to accompany the girl. After entering the outer sect, he had to do his best and seize every opportunity to become stronger so that he could compete for a spot to enter the inner sect. This was not only because of the bet with Luo Yu, but also because Yen Chutian wanted to enter the inner sect as soon as possible and see his master as soon as possible. The spirit boat sped towards the back of the Firmament God Palace, towards the boundless world. In the Firmament God City, countless people raised their heads and looked at the shadow of the flying boat. They couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy in the depths of their eyes. The Firmament God Palace was such a huge stage. Who wouldn't want to enter it? The spiritual boat flew, but after it had traveled less than a few hundred feet, everyone on the boat could clearly feel it. The world in front of him, which was originally visible at a glance, was already distorted and filled with an illusory feeling. At the same time, an ancient aura that was completely different from before began to spread. The others, including the son of the Divine General, were all shocked by this scene. Only Yen Chutian remained calm. In his previous life, Yen Chutian was able to stand as the first disciple of the Dark God Palace. Naturally, he already knew what kind of existence the Dark God Palace was. The Tsongshan Palace could be said to be in this world, but it could also be said to not be in the heaven realm. This was an existence similar to another spatial world, and its entrance and its entire body were protected by a profound formation. The origin of such an enormous formation was already unknown, but its might was something that even heaven completion stage experts wouldn't dare to easily break through. Otherwise, it would not have been able to be used as the palace protecting array of the Firmament God Palace. And because the Firmament God Palace was so mystical, if there was no one to guide them, even if they traversed the world behind the Firmament God City and broke through space, it would still be impossible to find the Firmament God Palace. As for the situation that appeared around the spiritual boat, it was clear that there was someone in the Firmament God Palace that was guiding them in. The surrounding space was distorted, but the spiritual boat continued to move forward under the control of the Heavenly Palace Elder. But at this very moment, no one on the spiritual boat dared to be presumptuous or speak, because everyone could sense that there was a gaze that could cause space to tremble as it scanned the spiritual boat. They did not doubt that if there was killing intent in those gazes, they would be obliterated into nothingness on the spiritual boat. Thus, how would they dare to be presumptuous? Fortunately, the pressure lasted for 15 minutes, but the situation that everyone was worried about did not happen. 15 minutes later, when the huge pressure disappeared, everyone let out a sigh of relief. And at this time, the green-robed man sitting cross-legged beside Luo Yu suddenly said, "Junior brothers, don't worry. Just now, it was the powerhouse of my Dark God Palace's sect guarding formation. He was scanning us to see if there are spies among us." So that's how it is. Many cultivators came to a realization. It was no wonder that the sweeping gaze could emit such a huge pressure. It turned out that it was the guardian array of the Firmament God Palace. While some people came to a realization, there were also people who seized the opportunity to get close to the azure-robed man. "I'm Li Yao. How should I address you, senior brother?" "So it's the only son of Divine General Li. My name is Guohong. Junior brother Li can address me as senior brother Guo." Junior brother greets senior brother Guo. In a few words, Guohong displayed a gentle attitude. It had already caused countless new disciples to get close to him. After all, no one would be unwilling to have a good relationship with an old disciple. Looking at the scene before her, even though she had never hosted such a disciple recruitment before, Luo Yu did not find it strange at all. Humans walked to higher places while water flowed to lower places. In order to walk to higher places, one naturally had to grasp the opportunity. However, when her gaze moved slightly, she discovered two untimely figures in the crowd. These figures were naturally Yan Chutian and Cher. When the crowd was scrambling to get close to Guohong, Yan Chutian did not move at all, as if ignoring the crowd. Luo Yu knew a little about Cher. She knew that the former was extremely reliant on Yan Chutian. It was normal for her to not care about the crowd. However, she could not understand why Yan Chutian did not care. Could it be that he did not want to have a good relationship with an old disciple? At this moment, when Luo Yu thought about it, she suddenly remembered that there were too many unusual things about the other party. It wasn't just now. It had been like this every single time before. It was always unexpected. Why was this happening? However, Luo Yu was thinking about it alone. How could she come up with an answer? As her thoughts were complicated, she was too lazy to think about it. Regardless of whether the other party was trying to please the crowd or if it was his nature, it had nothing to do with her. As long as he could understand the gap between him and Cher in the future, it would be fine as long as he could abide by the bet and leave silently. The spirit boat continued to fly. After a full quarter of an hour, the distorted and illusory space around them finally gradually returned to normal. At the same time, looking down, not only did a vast expanse of land appear on the ground in front of them, but also between the mountains, there were magnificent and huge palaces. Even though they were still far away, the majestic and huge aura was enough to make people empathize with them. Not to mention Yan Chutian, at least the other cultivators on the spirit boat could clearly feel the majestic aura spreading from the huge palaces. This made many of them silently take a deep breath and exclaim in their hearts, "The Firmament God Palace was indeed the Firmament God Palace." Such a majestic aura was rare even in the heaven realm. While everyone was exclaiming, the spirit boat had already begun to descend slowly. Not long after, it completely landed in front of a mountain gate. The spirit boat, which was completely constructed by spiritual energy, dispersed and everyone truly descended on the vast land of the Firmament God Palace. Although this was only the outer sect and Yan Chutian rarely came here, he still had a deep impression of this place. Arriving at the mountain gate, the heavenly mansion elder slowly turned around. At this moment, even his eyes were filled with pride. Clearly, being able to be an outer sect elder of the Firmament God Palace was already enough to make him proud. However, no matter how proud he was, he did not forget about the proper business. Looking at the many youths in front of the mountain gate, he slowly said, "This is the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace. When you entered, the jade tablet that each of you received would automatically fuse with the spirit tablet and become your identity jade tablet in the Firmament God Palace. Next, Guohong, Luo Yu, and Zhao Wan will bring you around the outer sect and finally bring you to the residence that belongs to you new disciples." When he finished speaking, the Heavenly Palace Elder faintly gestured to Luo Yu, Guohong, and Zhao Wan before he immediately turned around and left, disappearing from the mountain gate. Since the Heavenly Palace Elder had already left, everyone's gazes naturally fell on Guohong, Luo Yu, and Zhao Wan. Speaking of which, even Guohong, who had previously displayed gentleness, was not as eye-catching as Luo Yu. The majority of the 100 people were men, and Luo Yu was an extremely beautiful woman. Although she was still young, she had already shown her charm. In addition to that, her faintly discernible and cold aura could make many men want to conquer her. So naturally, most of the gazes fell on her. Chapter 479. Unfortunately, Luo Yu, who everyone was looking forward to, did not say a word. It was still Guohong, who introduced and toured to everyone with a gentle expression. Actually, the so-called tour couldn't really bring everyone to walk around the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace. After all, not to mention that the outer sect was vast and boundless, there were many places that new disciples like them did not have the qualifications to step into and could only watch from afar. However, even just watching was enough to satisfy everyone. Such a grand scene was not unprecedented, but it was enough to shock them. This tour only ended when it was close to noon. Looking ahead, there were many pavilions on top of a small mountain. It seemed that this was the place where they would stay for the new students. When this short peak appeared, Luo Yu, who had been silent all this while, finally opened her red lips. "All female disciples, follow me. This is your cave residence." In response to Luo Yu's soft words, Guohong smiled faintly and said, "Fellow juniors, this is not your cave dwelling. It belongs to the juniors." As the two of them spoke, the few women in the crowd seemed to have sensed something. They flew out one by one and followed behind Luo Yu. However, at this time, there were always some people who were reluctant to part. After all, although they would not be separated forever, the time they spent together would be much less than the time they spent in the outside world. If it was brother and sister, it would be better. However, for some couples, the pain of lovesickness was especially intense. In such a group of people who were reluctant to part, there was naturally Yan Chutian and Cher. As a matter of fact, Yan Chutian was still fine, but Xue Er's beautiful face was filled with worry and reluctance to part. Even her pure eyes were filled with sparkling and translucent mist. This was because Cher was very clear that the chances of her seeing Yan Chutian in the future would definitely be much less than the others. "Alright, go." Yan Chutian casually rubbed the former's head again and pretended to be relaxed as he smiled. However, after his actions, the young girl seemed to have suddenly mustered her courage and quickly stood on her tiptoes to gently kiss the corner of his lips. The light kiss was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. After the kiss, the young girl's cheeks immediately turned fiery red as she hurriedly rushed behind Luo Yu. Yan Chutian's body stiffened. He had never expected that Cher would suddenly do such a thing. Even though Yan Chutian might have been at a loss before, from the moment Cher kissed him, he had already vaguely sensed that the latter's attitude towards him was different. That kind of attitude was definitely not the kind of feelings one would have for a family member, but more like the hazy feelings between a man and a woman. Although the scene between Yan Chutian and Cher happened in the blink of an eye, everyone still saw it clearly. Aside from an extremely small number of people, the majority of the people couldn't help but cheer. After all, they were still young people. They were young and full of vigor, and were most interested in this kind of thing. This was especially true for the women who were traveling with Cher. After their teasing, Cher's originally fiery red face turned even redder. The bright red color spread from her cheeks to the tip of her ears. Looking at such a scene, although Yan Chutian still didn't know how to face Cher, he couldn't help but smile faintly and relax in his heart. It was good that Cher was able to build a good relationship with the people around her. In addition, with Luo Yu's help, even if her cultivation was still weak, there shouldn't be anyone who could bully her in the outer court. After that, it was naturally time to truly separate. With Guo Hong and another old disciple leading the way, they continued to shoot forward. Looking at Yan Chutian's departing figure, no matter how shy she was in her heart, Cher hurriedly raised her head and stared intently at the former's departure. At the same time, she had already secretly made up her mind that she had to become stronger as soon as possible. She had to become strong enough to follow Big Brother Yen as she pleased. Of course, she had to become strong enough to take revenge on the realm of the gods. Following Guohong's figure, the crowd flew for another quarter of an hour before finally descending slowly on another short mountain. The situation on the short mountain was almost the same as the previous woman's cave residence, except that it was slightly more crowded and larger. After all, among this batch of new disciples, there were far more men than women. Junior brothers, this is the cave residence that belongs to you. In your identity jade tablet, there is the corresponding restriction to open the cave residence. In addition, each of you has a copy of the Firmament God Palace's outer court rules. You must read it carefully. This is the foundation of your life in the Firmament God Palace. Otherwise, if you violate the rules of the palace, what awaits you will be extremely severe punishment. Yes. Everyone nodded in succession. Seeing this, Guohong smiled faintly again before dispersing the crowd and letting them find their own cave residence. However, when dispersing, no one noticed that the corner of Guohong's eyes flashed slightly in a certain direction. The other direction seemed to be the direction of Yan Chutian's departing figure. The short mountain was neither small nor large. Therefore, after a while, Yan Chutian found the corresponding cave residence to open the restriction in his identity jade tablet. There was no difference between the cave residences on this short mountain, only the location was different. However, no matter where it was, one could enjoy the rich spiritual qi emitted by this spiritual mountain. If such a place was in the outside world, it would probably be regarded as a treasured place for cultivation. However, such a place was only taken out by the Firmament God Palace as a residence for new disciples. It could be seen that the Firmament God Palace was very generous. However, just as Yan Chutian opened the restriction, his eyes could not help but freeze. Then, he turned around as if nothing had happened and faced a figure in a green robe behind him. Who else could this green-robed figure be other than Guohong? So it's Senior Guohong. Yan Chutian smiled faintly and bowed. However, in that instant many thoughts flashed through his mind. Before this, he had never seen this Guohong, so there should be no relationship between them. Then, why did the other party suddenly come to find him? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but Yan Chutian obviously could not come to a conclusion. Haha, facing Yan Chutian, Guohong smiled gently and sized up the former, or rather the cave residence behind the former. Then, he said with a smile, "When I met Junior Brother, I felt that we hit it off very well. Therefore, I came to see Junior Brother. Why, Junior Brother is not going to invite Senior Brother in?" Hearing Guohong's words, Yan Chutian coldly smiled in his heart. This Guohong was really lying with his eyes wide open. He had not spoken much to him before, but he actually said something like hitting it off. However, with regards to his words, Yan Chutian naturally could not refuse and let the other party leave behind something that could be used against him. Therefore, Yan Chutian welcomed Guohong into the cave residence behind him that even he himself was unfamiliar with. Stepping into the cave residence, although it was unknown how long it had been empty, the interior was still bright and new, without a speck of dust. However, right now, Yan Chutian was not in the mood to observe this. Instead, he was paying attention to Guohong's actions. Guohong swaggered into the cave residence and found a stone stool to sit on. He then turned around and said to Yan Chutian, "Junior Brother and Junior Sister Yan Shui, where did you come from?" Guohong's words immediately alerted Yan Chutian because he knew that the other party was about to get to the main topic. Just two loose cultivators. As for where they came from, even if I said it, Senior Brother Guohong would not know. So it's like this, Guohong muttered to himself. Just as Yan Chutian had expected, he did not care about his answer at all. Junior sister Yan Shui's talent and appearance are both peerless. To be able to obtain the heart of such a girl, junior brother Yan is really envious. If it was someone close to him, Yan Chutian might explain after hearing such words. However, he did not have any good impression of Guohong, so naturally, he would not explain. With a faint smile on his face, Yan Chutian seemed to have tacitly agreed to this point. However, it was also after this that Guohong's originally kind expression finally changed. Since junior brother Yan has such a good junior sister, senior brother should not be greedy and think about those impossible people, right? Seeing Guohong's gradually changing expression, Yan Chutian was somewhat confused. If it was not because of Cher, then who was it because of? Thinking about it, the only other woman he had come into contact with these days seemed to be Luoyu. Could it be, thinking up to here, Yan Chutian suddenly looked back at Guohong. He finally understood. No wonder Guohong had been pretending to be a gentleman. It was actually to express goodwill to Luoyu. As for why the other party would speak to him like this, Yan Chutian could also guess. It was likely that the other party had coincidentally seen the scene of Luoyu leaving his room today. Chapter 480. Knowing this, Yan Chutian became extremely calm. Looking at Guohong's appearance, how could he not see that the former was pursuing Luoyu? Thinking about it, Luoyu was a beauty and had an extremely high status in the outer sect. No matter if it was the former or the latter, it was enough to make people want to pursue her. However, he did not know what Luoyu thought of Guohong. However, this had nothing to do with Yan Chutian. As he had just entered the outer sect, Yan Chutian only wanted to quietly cultivate and did not want to cause trouble, not to mention that it was related to Luoyu. Therefore, Yan Chutian immediately expressed his attitude with a few words. However, what made him unhappy was that the other party's reaction was too arrogant. It was as if he knew what was good for him, and did not dare to have any thoughts about Luoyu. After obtaining a satisfactory answer, Guohong quickly left the cave, leaving only Yan Chutian in the depths of the cave. He coldly glanced at the former's departing figure. However, Yan Chutian could not let Guohong affect his mood. He quickly adjusted his emotions and threw away the former. He then sat down on the stone bench. Now that he had successfully entered the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace, he had to think carefully about his next step. In fact, Yan Chutian already had a plan for what he was going to do next. Now, he had to prepare to condense the 7th spiritual rune. No matter what, Yan Chutian had to condense the 7th spiritual rune before he stepped into the 9th level of the elixir. This was because only then would he have enough time to explore the 8th spiritual rune after he entered the 9th level of the elixir. Even in his previous life, he could not touch the 8th spiritual rune. Otherwise, even with the power of the spiritual rune stone stored in his body, Yan Chutian could not guarantee that he could condense the 8th spiritual rune. Apart from that, Yan Chutian naturally hoped to find an opportunity to upgrade his mysterious Yang Qi. Yan Chutian clearly remembered that if the mysterious Yang Qi could enter the 4th grade, then the mysterious Yang Qi would form a Qi soul. This kind of profound Yang Qi was much more terrifying than before. The power it could display would also increase exponentially. However, just thinking about it made Yan Chutian want to give up on the idea. In such a short period of time, to be able to let his Xianyang Qi advance twice in a row and step into the 3rd grade was already the greatest luck. Yan Chutian did not dare to imagine that he would be able to find another opportunity to raise his Xianyang Qi to grade 4. Although the mysterious Yang scripture was all-encompassing, Yan Chutian didn't have any particular aspect that he was particularly interested in. Therefore, his attention ultimately fell on the Array Dao. In his previous life, Yan Chutian's Array Dao was not weak. Not long ago, he had obtained an Array Dao inheritance from the Great Spirit Human Venerate. His attainments in the array Tao continued to increase as he comprehended it. However, to be honest, the true might of the array Tao that Yan Chutian could display was not comparable to the past. After all, his current cultivation was too weak. Some of the power needed to construct the array Tao could only be sensed and activated when one reached a profound level. Thus, how could the current him compare to the past? If I can obtain some natural treasures that can improve my array Tao, that would be great. As Yan Chutian muttered to himself, the appearance of some natural treasures appeared in his mind. However, after thinking about it, he realized that these could only be items of luck. Only with good luck could they appear. If one's luck was bad, then there would be no news of them. However, Yan Chutian never felt that his luck was good. As he pondered, Yan Chutian gradually gathered his thoughts and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. It was good to have ideas. However, in the end, he still had to rely on his own solid cultivation as a foundation. However, at this time, Yan Chutian would not forget that there was still a morning class for the new disciples waiting for him tomorrow. After a night of bitter cultivation, Yan Chutian gradually withdrew his spiritual energy. After closing his eyes for the entire night, he slowly opened them. Although this morning class was not a compulsory class, it was only to explain the basic situation of the firmament God Palace or the foundation of cultivation. However, no matter what, this was still his first morning class. Yan Chutian did not want to leave a bad impression on the deacons or even the elders. However, just as Yan Chutian was flying towards the main hall of the morning class, he unexpectedly caught sight of a floating light screen in front of a majestic mansion hall. A line of words was slowly disappearing from top to bottom. Yan Chutian was unable to understand the first few words. However, the words "array crystal" written in the reward position caused Yan Chutian's eyes to brighten. The so-called formation crystal was a rare formation Tao heaven and earth treasure. The effect of the array crystal was to help array Tao cultivators sense the power of heaven and earth, making it easier for them to set up arrays. This effect was sometimes insignificant. However, there were also times when it was extremely important for array Tao cultivators. Take the current Yan Chutian as an example. For Yan Chutian, with his current attainments in array Tao, it was still difficult for him to pose a threat to Yuanying realm cultivators. The main reason was not that his attainments in array Tao were insufficient, but that he was unable to set up such a powerful array. However, the array crystal might be able to change this situation. After comprehending the array crystal, he might be able to sense and activate the power of heaven and earth in the elixir realm and display the power of heaven and earth in the Yuanying realm. Even a Yuanying practitioner would not be able to ignore an array set up with such power. Therefore, how could Yan Chutian remain calm? Even though there was a morning class before him, he could not help but rush into the palace hall. Yan Chutian had been to this palace hall before because he clearly knew where this place was. This was the mission pavilion. The Firmament God Palace issued missions for the disciples to complete and receive their reward. Therefore, Yan Chutian went to the counter of the palace hall to receive his mission with ease. However, when the elder at the counter sensed Yan Chutian's cultivation and saw that he was the jade tablet, he could not help but be puzzled. Although he did not know how a cultivator at the 8th level of the elixir realm could become an outer sect disciple, the elder was more puzzled by the fact that this new disciple did not even attend the morning class and came to the mission pavilion to receive his mission so quickly. Therefore, the elder could not help but ask for the first time, "Are you sure you want to accept the mission?" "Yes." Yan Chutian nodded at once. Then, she began to list out the missions that she wanted to accept. However, when Yan Chutian told him the mission, the elder shook his head and said directly, "The minimum requirement for accepting the mission is that you have to be at least a great array master." Array Tao was also divided into different realms. A great array master was at the level of a Yuanying realm cultivator in terms of spiritual power cultivation. However, The elder clearly did not think that Yan Chutian could reach the Great Array Master realm. Logically speaking, the situation should be as the elder thought. However, Yan Chutian was an exception. Although he had yet to truly become a Grand Array Master, due to his profound attainments in the Tao of formations and the long period of time he had spent, the formations that Yan Chutian had arranged were already able to reach a level that could threaten nascent soul experts. Purely from this point of view, he could be considered to have reached the Great Array Master realm. Therefore, Yan Chutian asked in return, "How do you determine that I have reached the Great Array Master realm?" "Naturally, by the power of the array setup." The elder answered without hesitation. Everyone knew that one's array Tao level could be determined by the power of the array setup. However, Yan Chutian was waiting for the old man to say such words. Yan Chutian took the opportunity and said, "Since that's the case, Deacon has never seen the might of this disciple's array formation. How would you know that I have yet to step into the realm of Grand Array Master?" This, the elder could not speak. However, he had already reached the Yuanying realm. Naturally, he was able to maintain his composure. He quickly regained his composure and said, "Then follow me." Yan Chutian obeyed and followed the old man into the depths of the manor behind the counter. A moment later, he followed the old man into a sealed space in the depths of the manor. Standing in the middle of the space, the elder slowly turned around and said to Yan Chutian, "Right here, set up your Great Array Master array." Hearing this, Yan Chutian bowed and nodded. However, when he raised his head, he did not forget to ask, "How much time do I have to set it up?" The elder was speechless. He did not expect Yan Chutian to ask such a question. However, since he asked, he had to give an answer. Thus, the old man gave a rough estimate of the time. A normal Great Array Master needs about an hour to set up an array. "Then, I will give you 2 hours. I only hope that after spending so much time, you will not be fooling around." Chapter 481. 1 hour was not a long time, but it was not short either. Moreover, Yan Chutian was very clear that the old man's words had already given him enough time. Thus, after bowing and thanking him again, Yan Chutian gradually calmed down and started to set up the formation. With his profound knowledge of formations, Yan Chutian was confident that he could set up a formation that barely reached the level of a Great Array Master, even if he could not be considered a Great Array Master. However, 2 hours of time was barely enough for him to do so. While Yan Chutian was setting up the formation, in the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace, in a grand hall. At this moment, the hall was already filled with people. These gathered figures were none other than Yan Chutian and Shuer. They were all new disciples. Although there was no requirement to be present for the morning class, perhaps because it was the first morning class, almost all the new disciples were present. Even those who had reached the Yuanying state were present. Of course, there was an exception, and this exception was Yan Chutian. The new disciples were divided into 2 sides and sat cross-legged on stone blocks that seemed to have existed since ancient times. At this moment, among the many girls, there was a beautiful figure whose face was constantly becoming worried. Because she had been watching closely, she did not see the figure she was looking forward to. However, the morning class was about to begin. Dong! Just as the young lady was so anxious that she did not know what to do, the ancient sound of a bell finally resounded within the large hall. All of the strange sounds were completely silenced, causing the young lady, who had raised her head to look, to shrink back her delicate body. In the next moment, the figure of a middle-aged man slowly walked out from the high platform in the hall. The man's aura was calm and his appearance was gentle. Even though he was not young now, it was not difficult to see that he must have been extremely handsome in the past from his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. "Haha, since you are all new disciples, let me introduce myself first. My name is Wang Yang. I'm one of the outer sect elders. Coincidentally, I'm also one of the instructors for you new disciples. If there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, You can ask me. Greetings, Elder Wang Yang. As the middle-aged man's voice rang out, numerous respectful voices rang out from the mouths of the new disciples, resounding throughout the large hall. After Wang Yang, a few more figures walked out. They were the instructors of the new disciples. However, it was only during the first morning class like this that they would appear at the same time. Normally, only one teacher would appear at most. More often than not, the disciples would have to ask the questions themselves. After all the instructors appeared on the stage in succession, their voices once again landed on Wang Yang. Evidently, there was a hierarchy even within this group of elders and instructors. Ha ha, it's not only the first time you've seen us, it's also the first time we, the instructors, are truly seeing you. Thus, I will call out your names here so that we, the instructors, will have a rough idea of your identities. As his voice rang out, Wang Yang did not wait for anyone to reply. He immediately took out a roster and began to call out the names one by one according to the names recorded on it. At this moment, ordinary disciples might feel that it was very normal. However, it caused Cher's delicate body to suddenly tighten, because she knew that Yan Chutian did not come. Although Big Brother Yan was extraordinary in his previous life, that was still in the past. If the current him did not appear at this moment, wouldn't he leave a bad impression in the hearts of the elders and instructors? And this would very likely affect his treatment in the outer sect. However, no matter how worried Cher was, Wang Yang did not care about how she reacted. He had already called out the names one by one, starting from the New Heaven stage disciples. At this moment, Cher could only silently pray in her heart. She hoped that Yan Chutian would appear as soon as possible. However, it was destined that Yan Chutian would not appear. In the depths of the mission pavilion, in the enclosed space, he was concentrating on setting up the array formation. Because he wanted the array formation to be powerful enough to threaten Yuanying realm cultivators, Yan Chutian naturally could not act rashly. Instead, he displayed almost all of his array formation skills. However, the old deacon who was staring at him was clearly not an expert in array formation. Thus, he could not see through the mysteries of the array formation. He could only use the simplest method of probing and estimating the array formation's embryonic form and the power it would have once it was fully formed. However, he could not help but shake his head slowly. This array formation had indeed reached the level of a junior array master. However, a junior array master was still a junior array master. Even if it had reached the peak and was only a step away from becoming a great array master, it was still not a great array master. As long as it was not a great array master, it was not qualified. Yan Chutian did not care about the old deacon's reaction. He only minded his own business and continued to set up the array formation. After about an hour, the array formation slowly took shape. It faintly emitted an oppressive aura that even a half-step Yuanying practitioner could not ignore. At this moment, the old deacon finally could not help but say, "If this is the array formation you set up, then I have to say that you have failed." The old deacon's words were not directed at Yan Chutian. Instead, it was the truth. The power of this array formation should be able to threaten a half-step Yuanying practitioner. However, it was not enough to deal with a true Yuanying practitioner. Thus, Yan Chutian could not be considered a great array master. However, Yan Chutian seemed to have known that the old deacon would say this. He immediately replied, "Deacon, please wait for a moment. Let me finish setting up this array formation." The array formation is not complete yet? This was the first thought that flashed through the old deacon's mind. However, his expression quickly turned cold. This was because he could clearly sense that the array formation was already complete. Thinking about it, this new disciple in front of him was just pretending to be dead. However, when he thought about his previous words, the old deacon did not immediately turn hostile. Instead, he controlled his temper and said coldly, "All right then. You have less than an hour to complete your array formation." After he finished speaking, the old deacon continued to observe Yan Chutian's actions. He wanted to see how Yan Chutian would continue to set up an array formation that was clearly already complete. However, the old deacon could not help but laugh out loud. This was because, under his watchful gaze, Yan Chutian did not continue to set up the array formation. Instead, he seemed to be setting up another array formation nearby. However, the old deacon knew that no matter how many arrays there were, they would never be able to reach a level that could truly threaten a Yuanying practitioner. This was similar to the relationship between spiritual energy and vital energy. No matter how much spiritual energy one had, it would not be able to contend against vital energy. However, the old deacon did not want to remind Yan Chutian of this. He only wanted to wait for 2 hours to pass before announcing his failure. The 2 hours were about to end. The other array formation that Yan Chutian was setting up was gradually being completed. At a certain point, the array formation was completely completed. This array formation was not any weaker than the previous one. However, this situation caused the old deacon's eyes to become extremely cold. It was only when Yan Chutian reported back to him that he spoke coldly. "This is the array formation that you set up that can threaten a Yuanying practitioner?" "Yes," Yan Chutian replied straightforwardly. However, his words were still met with the old deacon's indifference. "If that is the case, then you have failed. No matter how many arrays you set up, they will never be able to threaten a true Yuanying practitioner." "Haha, you are right, deacon. However, these 2 arrays that I have set up are different from the others." As if he had already expected the old deacon's words, Yan Chutian smiled faintly. Then, without giving the old deacon any time to speak, he slowly formed a seal and merged it with the 2 arrays behind him. As the seal merged with the 2 arrays, strands of connections that seemed to have existed for a long time quickly appeared between the 2 arrays. As these connections continued to emerge, the old deacon's expression changed from one of indifference to one of shock. This was because he could clearly feel that these 2 arrays, which were supposed to have distinct levels, were beginning to merge. Accompanying this, the vast aura that permeated the air also continued to rise. This made the old deacon involuntarily think of a possibility. Could it be that these 2 arrays were able to reach a level that could threaten a Yuanying practitioner? Chapter 482. The 2 similar formations continued to merge and converge. In a short period of time, the aura continued to rise rapidly. When the 2 formations seemed to have completely merged, the powerful and oppressive aura was something that even a true Yuanying expert would find hard to ignore. This was because the power of the formation had already reached the level where it could truly threaten a Yuanying cultivator. It was also at this moment that Yan Chutian slowly put down his hand that was forming a seal. He then looked at the old man in front of him, who revealed an undisguised expression of shock. "Deacon, can I ask if such a formation is considered to have reached the standard of a great array master?" "Yan Yun." A kind and slow voice slowly sounded in the hall. At the top of the hall, Wang Yang's expression was the same as before. However, after that, when the expected response did not come for a long time, it was obvious that he could no longer maintain his gentle smile. However, just as Wang Yang was about to open his mouth again, a slightly anxious beautiful figure from the group of women quickly stood up and quickly asked. Reporting to instructor Wang Yang, Big Brother Yen is currently in seclusion, so in today's morning class, he might, however, before the girl could finish her sentence, disdainful laughter sounded out from the surrounding male disciples. "Heh! What a big show! He didn't even come to his first morning class. Just because he coincidentally snuck into the Dark God Palace, he's already inflated to such an extent. I'm afraid the so-called closed-door cultivation is just an excuse." Hearing these discussions, Cher seemed to be at a loss. She really wanted to refute for Yan Chutian, but she couldn't find any reason to do so. Fortunately, at this moment, Instructor Wang Yang coughed lightly and stopped the crowd from moving. Following which, He looked at Cher, who stood up with great curiosity, and asked calmly, "You are the Yen Shui, that little girl Luo you mentioned?" "Yes, your talent is extremely high, and your aura is extremely pure. I'm afraid that in all these years, no one in the outer sect of the Dark God Palace would be able to find a disciple with better talent than you." The moment Wang Yang opened his mouth, he immediately raised Cher to an extremely high position. He wasn't spouting nonsense, but Cher's talent was indeed as such. After all, even Yen Chutian was amazed by Cher's talent. At that time, he had thought that if he was ruthless enough, he would definitely do whatever it took to cultivate Cher into his human furnace. Wang Yang's blatant obstruction of Cher immediately caused the crowd to involuntarily cast astonished gazes at her, especially those new male disciples. After all, how could they not be tempted by a woman who was extremely talented and beautiful? However, for the majority of the people, when they thought of Yen Chutian, they restrained their thoughts. But there were also a small number of people, such as the son of Divine General Li, whose eyes flickered with a strong desire. In his eyes, only such a woman was worthy of him. As for that trash called Yen Chutian, he would let him know that without strength, he couldn't even keep a woman. At the same time, Yen Chutian, who was completely unaware of the ripples in the dark, was quietly waiting for the elderly deacon's answer. The elderly deacon, who had been shocked at the beginning, gradually regained his composure. After all, he was a deacon with a cultivation of the Yuanying realm, so he naturally had the ability to maintain his composure. However, when he glanced at the array in front of him again, his heart, which had always been calm, couldn't help but ripple in circles. Before this, he had never imagined that there would be such a strange method of setting up an array. It was actually able to combine two completely unrelated arrays, surpassing the level and forcibly reaching a level that could threaten a Yuanying practitioner. At this time, when he heard Yen Chutian's question, what else could the elderly deacon do but smile bitterly? Because no matter what, the array in front of him had indeed reached a level that could threaten a Yuanying practitioner. Therefore, the elderly deacon could only nod his head. However, after nodding his head, he couldn't help but remind him, "You already have the qualifications to accept the mission, but before that, I still have to remind you. This mission is not easy. Before you, there were several true array formation masters who failed. Although the array crystal is good, don't let yourself get hurt because of it. Thank you for the reminder, but I still want to give it a try." At this point, the elderly deacon naturally wouldn't say anything to stop him. After bringing Yen Chutian out of the sealed space, he added this mission to Yen Chutian's Identity Jade Tablet. After receiving the Identity Jade Tablet, Yen Chutian once again bowed and thanked the elderly deacon. Then, he hurriedly left the mission pavilion and rushed to the main hall where the morning class was held. However, when Yen Chutian arrived at the main hall, the morning class had already ended and there was no one present. However, Yen Chutian didn't have any regrets about this. The morning class was dispensable as it explained the basics that he already knew. In comparison, if he could obtain the reward for completing the mission, the array crystal was of utmost importance. However, just as Yen Chutian was about to turn around and leave, a figure flew over from a certain direction and directly landed in front of him. Upon closer inspection, this woman was the young girl Cher. "Stupid brother Yen, why are you only here now? The morning class is already over." Cough cough. After being scolded by the young girl, Yen Chutian couldn't say anything to refute and could only cough dryly. When Cher finally calmed down, Yen Chutian found an opportunity to quickly tell her about today's experience. "Cher, because of this, perhaps tomorrow's morning class will need you to help me apply for leave." However, when she heard Yen Chutian's words, Cher immediately became anxious. This was because although the morning class was dispensable, she knew that the only chance she had to see Yen Chutian was during the morning class. Not to mention that in the near future, she would have to go into closed-door training under Luo Yu's supervision, so she wouldn't have the time to see Yan Chutian. Cher wouldn't hide anything from Yan Chutian because she immediately told him about the situation. Hearing this, Yan Chutian's face revealed joy because this meant that Luo Yu didn't go back on her words and really poured resources into Cher. Cher, you must cultivate well. The cultivation resources and environment in the Firmament God Palace are the best in the heavenly realm. Even if it's just the outer sect, it's enough for us to cultivate. Yan Chutian softly exhorted. Under his reminder, Cher's beautiful face gradually became firm. When it was time to part, the young girl once again mustered up her courage, and under Yan Chutian's unexpected circumstances, she immediately rushed into his embrace and hurriedly left. Looking at the shy girl's back as if she was escaping, Yan Chutian felt extremely helpless. If it was yesterday, he could still treat Cher's sudden behavior as a coincidence, but now that it happened again, it wasn't a coincidence anymore. But what could he do about it? Could it be that he could directly explain it to Cher? Yan Chutian was hesitant in his heart, but he didn't know that if he kept silent at this time, the girl would easily take it as a tacit agreement. However, Yan Chutian didn't have time to think about this. When Cher left, he couldn't help but take out his identity jade tablet. Bits of spiritual energy flowed from his palm into the jade tablet, and immediately, a screen of light appeared. On the screen of light was the mission that Yan Chutian received. The mission reward was the 2 words Formation Crystal. Although the Formation Crystal wasn't very high-end, it was the most suitable for Yan Chutian now. If it was used properly, Yan Chutian was quite confident that he could increase the power of the Formation Tao by several times. At that time, he wouldn't have to painstakingly set it up for 2 hours before he could barely threaten a Yuanying realm cultivator with the power of the Formation Tao. However, when Yan Chutian looked at the mission that was recorded in front of the mission reward, his expression gradually turned serious. Decode an ancient incomplete formation Tao and retrieve the incomplete formation Tao sealed within it. The 4 words ancient incomplete formation Tao were enough to make Yan Chutian take it seriously. Because as long as it was related to ancient times, even if it was an incomplete formation Tao, its power would be much stronger than that of an ordinary formation Tao master's formation Tao. After all, a formation Tao that was left behind from ancient times would be extremely powerful. Hence, it was no wonder that many formation Tao masters had tried to decode it, but they had all failed. However, although it was serious, Yan Chutian didn't completely lose confidence. After all, he had obtained a formation Tao inheritance from the Great Spirit Human Sovereign. Furthermore, his formation Tao attainments were also extremely profound. He might be able to retrieve the formation Tao from the incomplete formation Tao. P.S. Unknowingly, 500 chapters have already passed. Blue Sky hopes that there will be another 500 chapters, so please subscribe. Chapter 483. The Firmament God Palace was located in the Heaven Realm's Firmament God Palace, but it was not really in this space. The internal space, even if it was just the outer gate, was extremely vast. There were also many mysterious places that even the higher-ups of the Firmament God Palace were not completely clear about. At least, the location of the ancient remnant formation that Yan Chutian was looking for was still in the Firmament God Palace. Even so, it took Yan Chutian half a day to go to the ancient remnant formation according to the mission records. At this time, the surrounding space was no longer the peaceful scenery of the Firmament God Palace. Instead, it was an ancient mountain range that was faintly emitting a spiritual aura that was similarly ancient. Yan Chutian knew about such a place in his previous life. However, at that time, he had already entered and explored only forbidden places. Although this place was also ancient and mysterious, it was impossible for it to be ranked as a forbidden place in the Heaven Realm. Back to the topic, since he was already here, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate anymore. He opened his spiritual eye and carefully observed his surroundings. Then, he slowly stepped into the ancient mountain range. In such an ancient mountain range, Yen Chutian could easily detect many powerful auras. These auras had not only reached the nascent soul stage, but even the heavenly palace stage was faintly discernible. Therefore, Yen Chutian was naturally even more careful. Now, he could barely deal with Yuanying realm's spiritual beasts. If he was detected by those Heaven Palace realm's spiritual beasts, it would be no different from meeting the Grim Reaper. Fortunately, Yen Chutian did not encounter such a terrible situation. In other words, perhaps his aura was too weak. Even if those powerful spiritual beasts sensed it, they were indifferent. Under such circumstances, Yen Chutian naturally slowly approached the location marked by the ancient remnant formation. Looking from afar, at the low part of the mountain range, on the bare ground 100 feet away, there was a broken skeleton that looked like an altar that was flickering with light. Although the altar was damaged, there was a round platform in the middle that was completely intact. At the same time, there was a wooden scroll that seemed to be made of wood on the round platform. At this moment, Yen Chutian's gaze had already locked onto the wooden strip. This was because the purpose of this trip was none other than the incomplete array diagram recorded within the wooden strip. However, before that, Yen Chutian was very clear that he had to first resolve this incomplete formation. Even if he couldn't break it, he had to be able to resist the power of the formation and enter the formation to retrieve the wooden slip. Although it was possible to observe the remnants of the formation from the outside, Yen Chutian was very clear on one point. Without truly entering the formation would not be completely activated. Therefore, even if he had the spiritual eye, it would still be very difficult for him to completely understand the profound mysteries of this incomplete formation. After all, Yen Chutian didn't know what level this incomplete formation had reached when it was complete. Therefore, after observing from the outside for a moment, Yen Chutian used his spiritual energy. After completely protecting himself, he slowly approached the incomplete formation. Yen Chutian was very clear on one point. With such an ancient formation, it was definitely impossible for it to be only what he saw on the surface. The result was just as he expected. When he was still 100 feet away from the altar, between the surrounding heaven and earth, there was a frantic appearance of ancient auras. They quickly connected and sealed Yen Chutian here. He was very clear that this ancient incomplete formation had already awakened from its slumber. Swish! Almost in an instant, a light pillar silently shot out from an unknown place and bombarded Yen Chutian's back. However, fortunately, Yen Chutian was already prepared. When the light pillar bombarded, it didn't really bombard his body. Instead, it was blocked by the spiritual energy. However, even so, the eruption of such a majestic force still made Yen Chutian slightly embarrassed, and he took a few steps back. Quickly stabilizing his body, Yen Chutian continued to scan the incomplete formation. However, after the light pillar bombarded, the incomplete formation seemed to be silent again, and there was no more movement. But just as Yen Chutian took a tentative step towards the altar, a beam of light suddenly appeared from the seemingly dormant remnant formation. And this time, the angle of the beam was even more crafty. Underground! Yen Chutian's eyes narrowed and he quickly retreated. However, at this moment, from the ground under his feet, a light pillar suddenly jumped up. The light pillar heavily bombarded Yen Chutian's spiritual energy light screen. The result of that majestic force was no longer to make Yen Chutian retreat in a slightly embarrassing manner. Instead, it directly sent him flying. On the spiritual energy light screen, cracks also appeared. However, after experiencing these two waves, there wasn't the slightest unsightly expression on Yen Chutian's face. Instead, a faintly discernible smile slowly surfaced on his face. This was because during this process, he didn't stay idle. His spiritual eye had long been able to figure out the trajectory of the attacks of the incomplete formation. Even if he only understood a little, in the long run, Yen Chutian believed that he would be able to achieve the result he wanted. However, it seemed that during this process, he would be in a sorry state and spend a lot of time. Just like this, under Yan Chutian's repeated attempts, the attacks of the incomplete formation would suddenly appear. However, under the circumstances where Yan Chutian was prepared, he was able to narrowly avoid them time and time again. Moreover, during this process, Yan Chutian was able to figure out the trajectory of the incomplete formation. However, the time required for this was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. In the outer gate of the firmament god palace, the curtain of night fell and disappeared extremely quickly. When the dawn of the next day arrived, it was also the time for the new disciples' second morning class. This morning class was still attended by the instructor, Wang Yang. Because of yesterday's incident, he, who had become more cautious, swept his gaze towards the new male disciples' camp. Although there were many new disciples, it wasn't a problem for an elder instructor with his cultivation level to remember them. Thus, he was able to easily recognize that the new disciple called Yen Yun was not present. This made Wang Yang unable to help but have a deep impression of Yan Chutian in his heart. He had been an instructor several times, but he had never met such a new disciple. 2 times in a row, even at the beginning of the morning class, he was absent. Although there was no mandatory rule for attendance in the morning class, could it be that he was already like a fish in water in the firmament god palace and did not need any explanation? 2 hours later, the morning class ended and Wang Yang slowly left under the respectful voices of the other disciples. However, just as he walked out of the hall, a beautiful figure hurriedly ran out and blocked his path. As for this beautiful figure, it was naturally Cher. Instructor Wang Yang, Yen Yun is currently completing the mission of the mission pavilion, so he might not be able to attend the morning class. Completing the mission? Hearing this, Wang Yang's eyes couldn't help but light up. A new disciple actually went to accept the mission of the mission pavilion? However, his expression quickly turned indifferent. In his opinion, even if that new disciple really did accept the mission, he was just biting off more than he could chew. If the mission of the mission pavilion was really that easy to complete, he would have already let all the new disciples accept the mission. Regardless of whether what you said is true or false, I will test all of you 3 days later. Only after passing this test will you be able to obtain the cultivation resources corresponding to your status. Therefore, at that time, please inform Yen Yun that he must be present. Otherwise, it will be considered as a failure of the test. After finishing his words, Wang Yang did not care about Cher's reaction and turned around to leave with an indifferent expression. Although he was usually very gentle, he was still an elder. How could he be nice to a new disciple who did not listen to his instructions? After Wang Yang left, another figure walked out from behind. It was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome. In addition to his appearance, his aura was even more powerful. Although he intentionally restrained it, the aura that faintly emitted was still enough to make any elixir cultivator unable to unleash their strength. The young man was the only son of divine General Li of the firmament god city, Li Yao. When he saw the small and exquisite figure in front of him, a hint of greed flashed across Li Yao's eyes. However, he quickly restrained this greed and continued to act like a gentleman as he spoke slowly. Cher, why would you lie to an instructor for such a trash? Indeed, in Li Yao's opinion, how could Yan Chutian complete the mission of the mission pavilion? He probably did not even have the qualifications to accept the mission. Chapter 484. I won't allow you to talk about Brother Yan like that. Hearing Li Yao's words, the young lady instinctively retorted with the fiercest attitude. On that delicate and pretty face, there was an undisguised expression of anger. Seeing this, Li Yao's heart was filled with both anger and deep envy. Such a woman actually fell in love with such a piece of trash. How could he have the qualifications? Yes, it must be that the woman in front of him had seen too little and did not know that other than that piece of trash, there was an even more outstanding man who was more suitable for her. Then, it was up to him to tell her that that piece of trash could not even compare to a tenth of him. After nearly a day and night of exhaustion, even if Yen Chutian's foundation was extremely deep, he still showed signs of weakness under this almost continuous exhaustion. But the good news was that the ancient remnant array in front of him allowed him to gradually figure out its structure under such circumstances. This action seemed simple, but Yen Chutian was very clear what kind of difficulty was contained within it. Luckily, he had a deep foundation, a spiritual eye and shocking array attainments. Otherwise, if he lacked any of these, the final result would only end in failure. This could be seen from the fact that there were already a few array master-level disciples of the Firmament God Palace that had failed. Since it had already reached such a juncture, Yen Chutian naturally would not hesitate. His spiritual eye released a faint light, and the scale of the remnant array that he had already understood surged into his mind. Once again, he threw himself into the world before him. In the next instant, Yen Chutian could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. This was because he had already found a safe passage to enter and exit the remnant array. Next, Yen Chutian naturally did not have any hesitation. As he stepped forward, he walked step by step towards the safe passage that he had found. 1 step, 2 steps, the ancient array seemed to have become completely silent and there was no longer any movement. As for Yen Chutian's smile, it became more and more intense as he approached the altar. When he truly stepped onto the altar and looked at the wooden scroll in front of him, the smile on his face had already turned into thick excitement. To him, this was not just a formation scroll, but also a formation crystal. He could completely memorize the formation scroll, then use it to return to the outer sect mission pavilion to exchange for the formation crystal as a reward. Therefore, Yen Chutian impatiently grabbed the wooden scroll in his hand. However, the moment he grabbed the jade scroll, a glimmer of light quickly surged from the jade scroll to the altar beneath his feet. This scene immediately caused Yen Chutian's original excitement and smile to freeze like a stone statue. And it was at this moment that the originally silent remnants of the formation began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short period of time, it was almost completely overturned and transformed into another formation. Yen Chutian's expression gradually turned ugly as he gazed at the incomplete formation that seemed to be even more terrifying than before. He had never imagined that such a profound principle would actually be hidden within this ancient remnant formation. Originally, he thought that he would be able to return to the Firmament God Palace with the formation scroll, but in the blink of an eye, he was trapped by a new ancient formation. Furthermore, due to the change in the formation, it meant that all the fumbling he had done before entering the remnant formation had become a waste. Not to mention whether he could break the formation, even if he could, he would have to spend the same amount of time as before. But at this moment, Yen Chutian had no other choice but to continue. Therefore, he could only continue to fumble about the remnant formation like before. Only an hour later, Yen Chutian's expression became even uglier as he looked at his surroundings from the altar. This formation was even more profound than before. He fumbled about like before, but it was extremely difficult for him to clearly see its trajectory. Even the power of the attacking formation was even more terrifying than before. The slightest carelessness would cause him to miserably retreat as his aura fluctuated. Damn it! Yen Chutian gritted his teeth and roared. He had never imagined that he would actually fall to such a state. But even so, Yen Chutian did not stop trying again and again. But every time, it ended in failure. Even if it was just the trajectory of the surrounding formation, he was unable to clearly see much of it. From the looks of it, if he were to spend a long time, it would at least take him close to a month. And this was under the condition that the remnant formation did not change. If it did, the time it would take would only become longer. However, even a month was unbearable for Yan Chutian, not to mention a longer period. But apart from using this method, what else could he do? With that thought, Yan Chutian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly took out a certain item that he had put away in his storage space. What else could this something be apart from that wooden slip? Looking at the wooden slip, Yan Chutian could be said to have placed all his hopes on it. He knew that the wooden slip recorded the remnant formation scroll. So, if he could understand the essence of the remnant formation, how difficult would it be to trap him? With that thought in mind, Yan Chutian did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately opened the wooden slip. The instant the wooden slip was opened, lines and lines of light appeared on the entire wooden slip. Then, the light lines gathered at one point and directly turned into a ray of golden light that shot into Yan Chutian's head. After that, the entire wooden slip rapidly shattered, turning into powder and returning to dust. This meant that Yan Chutian's mission had failed. However, Yan Chutian did not have the time to care about that. The instant the golden light shot into his head, only that dazzling golden light remained in his mind. As the light surged, a huge formation rapidly appeared. However, this formation was different from all the others. It actually had two sides. At first glance, perhaps one would only think that the formation below was the reflection of the formation above. But if one were to look more carefully, one would discover that the formation above was only a small part of the concealing formation below. Thus, Yan Chutian did not need to think too much to know that this formation must be the one that was trapping him. However, at the same time, a short golden word inscribed above the formation caught Yan Chutian's attention. What is the way of formations? It is not affected by cultivation, heaven and earth, nor the universe. It is the way of formations. Just a few words, but it made Yan Chutian's body tremble. He sensed some kind of mysterious meaning. At the same time, the few golden words constantly enlarged in his pupils. An indescribable aura of heaven and earth quickly surged from the surrounding heaven and earth and gathered around his body. This aura had nothing to do with cultivation. It was only related to the way of formations. Ripples spread out. Time did not stop because of Yan Chutian's departure in the outer gate of the Firmament God Palace. It continued to pass slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Yan Chutian, as usual, did not attend the morning classes for these 2 days. Under such circumstances, not to mention the majority of the men, even the small number of new female disciples had some disdainful voices. From the beginning of the first morning class until now, that guy called Yen Yun had not attended even once. Did he really think that he was some kind of extraordinary genius? How could he be so arrogant? At the same time, at the end of the second morning class, Wang Yang appeared again and announced that all disciples would be assessed tomorrow. Therefore, all disciples must be present. As long as they passed the assessment, they would be able to receive the cultivation resources that corresponded to each disciple's status. If they failed, the result was self-evident. Hearing this, all the disciples agreed one by one. Only Cher's pretty face was complicated because Brother Yen had not returned yet. At this time, she had already started to worry about why Yan Chutian had not returned yet. Did he encounter some danger? After the morning class ended, Cher returned to the residence. In the residence, Luo Yu seemed to have been waiting for a long time. She immediately stood up and said, "Since you're back, let's go. Mother has finally come out of seclusion and is waiting for you. As for the situation in the morning class, I can explain it to you one by one. Why should you waste your time?" Hearing this, Cher did not say anything. However, the determined expression on her pretty face did not waver at all. This made Luo Yu feel extremely helpless. Then, Luo Yu seemed to have thought of something and casually asked, "That guy hasn't returned yet?" Even without saying it, Cher knew who Luo Yu was talking about. In response, she hurriedly said, "Brother Yen will be back soon." Cher's words made Luo Yu frown. She did not know what Yan Chutian had done to this girl to make her so stubborn. However, after thinking about it, Luo Yu did not care anymore. In her opinion, Cher's experience was still too little. After meeting her mother, she would let her experience real life. At that time, she would understand how laughable her stubbornness was. Chapter 485. Therefore, Luo Yu did not think too much about it. She quickly left the short mountain with the girl and headed deeper into the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace. After passing through many huge mountains, a spiritual peak filled with spiritual energy appeared in front of the two of them. However, compared to that, it was still the majestic palace that was covered by the dense spiritual energy that was more eye-catching. Seeing such a palace, Cher could naturally imagine that Luo Yu's mother should be in this palace. As expected, before they had truly descended into the palace, Cher saw the figure of a beautiful middle-aged woman standing quietly in front of the palace. The beautiful woman looked over. Even if she did not make any movements, there was still a boundless aura that came along with the momentum. However, just as this aura was about to hit Cher and Luo Yu, it silently disappeared. Such a situation even caused Shue to wonder if the pressure from before had ever appeared. However, she did not have time to think about this. After descending into the palace, the beautiful woman's dignified eyes looked over and swept her appearance up and down. After a while, she slowly said, "You are the Cher that little you mentioned?" Facing such a beautiful woman, Cher felt extremely restrained. Because she was very clear that the beautiful woman in front of her had an extremely powerful cultivation. Moreover, her identity was definitely one of the top in the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace. Madam, yes, however, she did not expect that after Cher replied, the beautiful middle-aged woman, who seemed to have seen her reaction, suddenly smiled gently. Then, she gently walked forward and gently grabbed the former's hand. "Yes, your talent is truly astonishing. Even among the new disciples these years, there are very few who can compare to you. If you don't mind, you can call me Aunt Fang in the future." Cher doesn't dare. Hearing this, Cher hurriedly shook her head in fear. However, just as she finished speaking, Luo Yu also walked forward and said with a smile, "Cher, you don't have to worry. When I mentioned you to my mother, she liked you very much. If you don't call her Aunt Fang, I'm afraid she will be sad." Luo Yu's words carried a teasing tone, so Shue naturally did not believe it. However, it was undeniable that these words had unknowingly removed the awkwardness from before, causing the relationship between the three of them to become even closer. As the night gradually fell, the surrounding environment quickly calmed down. However, on the altar in the center of the broken array, a figure that had been silent all this time finally opened his eyes that had been tightly closed for a long time. When his eyes opened, a light flashed, but along with the disappearance of the light, there was an even more mysterious power that slowly gathered from the heavens and earth. This power was still unrelated to cultivation's spiritual energy. Instead, it was related to the Tao of arrays. If there was a great array master present, he would definitely be very clear about this power. This was because this was the power of the heavens and earth that they could use when setting up arrays. However, this power of the heavens and earth could only be activated by a Yuanying stage array master. How could a cultivator who was only at the 8th level of the elixir stage be able to activate such a powerful array? However, no one was able to see this scene. Even Yan Chutian himself revealed an unconcealable shock as he looked at the power that continuously gathered in his palm. However, very quickly the shock was replaced by ecstasy. This was because he accepted this mission for the reward of the array crystal. The ultimate goal of all of this was not to control such a power of the heavens and earth. Controlling such a power of the heavens and earth, and using his own Tao of arrays to set up an array, even a true Yuanying stage cultivator could not be underestimated. This was because the array that he could set up now was a true great array master's array. Compared to this, even if the wooden slip was shattered and he was unable to complete the mission and obtain the array crystal, it was not worth mentioning. This was because even if he obtained the array crystal, he might not be able to sense and control such a power after refining and absorbing it. Furthermore, when Yan Chutian raised his gaze, there was no longer any impatience and anxiety in his eyes. This was because the current him already knew about this ancient array remnant scroll. In addition, he now grasped the power of arrays that could only be displayed by a great array master. Yan Chutian was completely confident that he could leave this place as soon as possible. The last day of the Firmament God Palace's outer sect slowly passed by. The next morning, the main hall of the morning class was already bustling with noise and excitement as many figures gathered. This was because everyone knew that today was the day of the entrance disciple assessment. Therefore, even if it was not time for the morning class, they all came early. Suddenly, all of their gazes involuntarily looked in a certain direction. Under the gazes of thousands of people, two beautiful figures slowly walked out. These two beautiful figures were none other than Cher and Luoyu. As for Cher's appearance, everyone had already expected it because she was also a new disciple. However, Luoyu's appearance was clearly something that no one had expected. However, after the initial shock, many of the male disciples' hearts surged with pleasant surprise. It was no exaggeration to say that Luoyu was like a goddess in their eyes. Many of them had already developed feelings of admiration for her. However, although they admired her, they were also clear that whether it was in terms of status or strength, Luoyu was something that they could not reach. Following Cher's appearance, Luoyu's beautiful face was indifferent. However, her gaze unconsciously slowly swept across the crowd. After a moment, she retracted her gaze and returned to her indifferent expression. This was because she did not see the figure that she wanted to see in the crowd. And just like Luoyu, Cher's beautiful eyes also swept across the crowd. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Yan Chutian still did not appear. However, the following did not give her any more time to think. An ancient bell slowly rang out, announcing the beginning of the morning class, or rather, the start of the assessment. The moment the bell rang out, Wang Yang, who was dressed in white, appeared at the top of the main hall. His dignified gaze slowly swept across the crowd below. Wang Yang's similarly dignified voice slowly rang out. Today's assessment begins. Before he finished speaking, Wang Yang waved his sleeve. Immediately, one item after another appeared in the middle of the main hall, also in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately after, Wang Yang slowly explained the rules of the assessment to everyone. The assessment corresponded to the 4 levels of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Naturally, there was a difference in strength. However, in general, each level of disciple had a great chance of passing. After all, this was not Wang Yang's intention to deliberately make things difficult for these new disciples. It was the rules of the Firmament God Palace's outer sect. But even so, if there was someone who did not put him in their eyes and did not even appear for the assessment, then they could not blame Wang Yang for directly classifying them as a failure. Soon after, the 4 levels of assessment began one by one. In front of the Heavens level assessment, Li Yao's face was relaxed as he passed the assessment. Following which, he looked towards the Earth level camp. Seeing that the ant in his imagination still hadn't appeared, a cold smile immediately appeared on Li Yao's handsome face. No matter why the other party did not appear, but if he did not even appear for the assessment, then he, who was judged as a failure, was really not a threat to him. If he failed the assessment, he would not be able to obtain the corresponding cultivation resources for the new Earth-level disciples. And without the resources bestowed by the Firmament God Palace, how could the other party cultivate in the Firmament God Palace? Could it be that he really believed that he could exchange cultivation resources for missions? Thinking of this, the cold smile on Li Yao's face became more and more intense. Following which, he slowly looked towards Luoyu in front of the black level assessment. Only he could have this woman. That ant was not worthy at all. In front of the black level assessment, Cher's face became more and more anxious. Especially after she passed the assessment, she looked at the surrounding crowd that was becoming thinner and thinner. If Big Brother Yen did not return, then the next instructor would announce that he failed the assessment. Once it was announced that he had failed, even if he made it back in time, it would not change anything. However, it seemed that whatever one was afraid of would happen. Under Cher's worry, the 4 levels of assessment were nearing the end. When the last yellow-level disciple also passed the assessment, Wang Yang's gaze turned towards the Earth-level assessment. Not to mention the surrounding disciples, even Wang Yang himself knew very well who was missing from this round of assessment. Looking around, Wang Yang's face was indifferent. He was not targeting that new disciple, but since the other party did not give him face, then he would not give him any face either. Everything would be done according to the rules. Therefore, in the next moment, under Cher's helpless gaze and Li Yao's cold smile, his dignified voice slowly rang out once again. Since Earth-level disciple Yen Yun did not appear for the assessment, then I, Wang Yang, announce that disciple Yen Yun will be taking the assessment. Chapter 486. Assessment. Just as the word failure was about to come out of Wang Yang's mouth, a soft voice that no one had expected was suddenly heard from outside the crowd at this critical moment. Instructor Wang Yang, please wait. As the voice sounded, everyone's gazes subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound. Wang Yang did the same as he slowly raised his gaze and looked outside the crowd. They saw a slightly hurried figure walking slowly. While restraining his agitated spiritual power, he walked closer to the crowd. And this figure was Yan Chutian. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Li Yao's originally cold and handsome face instantly became flustered and exasperated. However, he was still able to control his emotions and forcefully returned to normal. Then, he thought of something and revealed a cold smile. In his opinion, so what if Yan Chutian appeared? Although today's assessment wasn't difficult, one had to have the strength of a disciple to pass. Although he didn't know what tricks this ant had used to pass the Earth Spiritual Pillars test, he definitely wouldn't be able to hide in front of the Earth Spiritual Pillars test today. And if he failed today's assessment, in addition to his recent performance, he would definitely become the laughing stock of countless people. At that time, let's see how he would still be able to stand in the Firmament God Palace's outer sect. Thinking about this, the cold smile on Li Yao's face became even more intense, to the point that even Yan Chutian quickly locked onto his appearance. Yan Chutian directly ignored him and didn't care about his reaction. He only slowly walked into the crowd and approached Wang Yang, respectfully bowing. Disciple Yen Yun greets instructor Wang Yang. Hearing this, Wang Yang didn't respond. Instead, he scanned Yan Chutian from head to toe before slowly opening his mouth. You are Yen Yun? Today, you finally don't have to only hear of your name and not see your face. Haha. Instructor, you must be joking. Yan Chutian was already prepared for Wang Yang's words. After all, he had been absent from the first morning lesson. It would be strange if Wang Yang's attitude was good. Even Yan Chutian was prepared for the worst. However, this mentor was much more amiable than he had expected. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and immediately told Wang Yang about the mission he had received. The Dark God Palace had always encouraged the disciples to gain experience, and he believed that the outer sect was no exception. However, Yan Chutian did not expect that just as he finished speaking and before Wang Yang could respond, an ear-piercing cold laughter was transmitted from a certain part of the crowd. Hee, a new disciple dares to say that you want to accept a mission? I think you don't even have the qualifications to accept a mission. You really dare to lie to your teacher. In other words, even if you were lucky enough to accept the mission, so what? You just don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Presumably, you'll only be able to escape with a crushing defeat. Li Yao's simple words had completely blocked Yan Chutian's escape route. It was obvious that he wanted to humiliate him. Upon seeing this, Cher knew the reason why Li Yao was targeting Yan Chutian. Her pretty face was immediately filled with anger. This guy actually still wants to target Yen Gige at this kind of time. Truly despicable. Behind Cher, Luo Yu's pretty face was indifferent. She could faintly see what Li Yao was trying to do. However, she did not have any intention of stopping him. If the other party could not even deal with such a guy, he would not have any extravagant hopes of obtaining a spot in the next inner sect disciple selection. Wang Yang similarly saw that Li Yao was targeting him. If it was a normal day, he would have directly ignored it. However, because Yan Chutian had missed several lessons this time, he could not help but ask. According to what you said, if you really accepted the mission, you must have been completing the mission these past few days. Then, have you already completed the mission? Had Yan Chutian completed the mission? The answer would definitely be no. When he received everything within the wooden slip within the ancient remnant formation, the wooden slip had already turned into dust. What else could he use to hand over the mission? However, Yan Chutian did not regret this in the slightest, because compared to the formation crystals he could obtain after handing over the mission, the things he obtained from the wooden slip were undoubtedly more important to him. Teacher, this disciple did not complete the mission. The instant Yan Chutian's voice sounded out, many roars of laughter sounded out, especially from Li Yao. Ha ha! It is really as expected. When faced with Li Yao's ridicule, Yan Chutian was surprisingly calm. He coldly stared at the former from the beginning until the former could no longer continue laughing. Only then did he finally speak. However, even if I failed the mission, it has nothing to do with you. I, Yan Chutian, at least attempted to complete the mission. I am better than you, Li Yao. You! Li Yao's expression froze. However, when he recalled that they were under the gazes of everyone, he did not curse. Instead, he forcefully restrained his anger and snorted coldly in disdain. You have a sharp tongue. All right, today is the day of the assessment. You two are quarreling. What a scandal! At the crucial moment, Wang Yang finally shouted coldly and interrupted the conversation between the two. He did not look at Li Yao but directly spoke to Yan Chutian. Since you have accepted the mission, it can be considered pardonable. However, since you almost missed the assessment today, I will raise the difficulty of the assessment. Are you convinced? The first half of Wang Yang's words caused Li Yao's expression to freeze. However, the second half of Wang Yang's words caused his face to reveal a thick cold smile. This was because in his opinion, Yan Chutian could not even pass the original Earth grade assessment, let alone raise the difficulty. Wang Yang's words also caused Cher's beautiful face to change. Although she had always believed in Yan Chutian's strength, if the difficulty of the mission was raised, would Brother Yan be able to successfully pass it? However, in the next moment, words that no one expected suddenly rang out from Yan Chutian's mouth. I will follow instructor's orders. When these words were spoken, not to mention the crowd, even instructor Wang Yang's face was shocked. He originally thought that Yan Chutian would not be convinced, but he did not expect him to directly agree. Could it be that he thought that instructor Wang Yang was just joking when he said that he would increase the difficulty? At this moment, Li Yao's expression also slightly changed. Evidently, he also did not expect Yan Chutian to actually reply in such a manner. However, soon after, he seemed to have thought of something and a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. This was because, in his opinion, the other party would not be able to pass the assessment. Hence, it was obvious that he was just going to smash the jar. When Li Yao thought of this point, the surrounding crowd, as well as instructor Wang Yang, naturally also quickly thought of this point. Regarding this, Wang Yang could not help but secretly shake his head. If Yan Chutian really had such thoughts, then he would be too disappointed. However, no matter what, since they had already reached this step, there was no turning back. Thus, Wang Yang raised his hand and 3 puppets appeared one after another. The auras of these puppets were extremely strong. They emitted a powerful aura that was comparable to that of a quasi-Yuanying practitioner. However, after this, Wang Yang did not stop. He raised his hand and threw out another 2 puppets that also emitted a quasi-Yuanying practitioner aura. Although these puppets could not be compared to a real cultivator, these 5 quasi-Yuanying puppets were enough to make a real quasi-Yuanying practitioner feel pressured. After all, there were simply too many puppets. In the Earth Grade camp, many of the quasi-Yuanying practitioners revealed serious expressions at this moment. This was because, even if it were them, they would not dare to say that they would not be able to defeat these 5 puppets. Hence, their gazes towards Yan Chutian were filled with curiosity. They wanted to see if this guy, who had somehow passed the Earth Grade Spirit Pillar assessment, could pass this lower-level assessment with an increased difficulty? If he could pass this assessment, then they would have no more doubts. This was because this assessment tested one's true strength and had nothing to do with talent. Even though they believed that Yan Chutian did not have any extraordinary talent. 5 quasi-Yuanying puppets. Seeing this scene, Li Yao coldly laughed. This Wang Yang was indeed not biased. Normally, the Earth Grade assessment would only have 3 puppets, but here, he directly increased the number to 5. However, the more the better, the better. He wanted more puppets, but even if there were only 5 quasi-Yuanying puppets, he believed that Yan Chutian would definitely not be able to pass. With his elixir level 8 cultivation, even if he could fight above his level, he should be able to deal with a level 9 elixir cultivator. Next, it would be time for him to be beaten back to his original clown form. Chapter 487. Many disciples gathered in the main hall of the morning class. Even though they knew that they had passed the new disciple assessment, they did not leave. This was because they were all staring at the figure in the middle of the crowd. The slightly skinny young man was surrounded by 5 puppets. The aura emitted by each of the puppets had reached the half-step Yuanying realm. And with these 5 puppets gathered together, even if they couldn't compare to human cultivators, there wasn't a single half-step nascent soul disciple that could say they could defeat them. Therefore, in the eyes of some disciples, the skinny figure had clearly angered the instructors by skipping classes for many days. However, he only had himself to blame. He had just entered the Firmament God Palace, and he had actually ignored the morning class. Brother Yen, looking at the situation before her, Cher's face was filled with worry. However, she did not dare to say anything. This was because she knew that these instructors were the elders of the outer court. Naturally, their words were like gold and jade. Once they said it, it was impossible for them to change it. However, if this was the case, how was Brother Yen going to pass the assessment? Helpless, Cher could only slowly look at Yan Chutian with a worried gaze. However, Yan Chutian did not have the slightest bit of worry on his face. His face was as calm as an ancient well. It was as though the difficulty of the assessment was not a problem for him. Naturally, some people were suspicious of his reaction. However, most of them were like Li Yao. They sneered and thought that the former was just pretending to be mysterious and was still stubbornly holding on. At the same time, Wang Yang slowly displayed his strength. A powerful aura flowed out and immediately, a circle of light dozens of feet in size appeared in the middle of the crowd. Within the circle of light was Yan Chutian and the 5 puppets. Outside the circle of light were the people outside. If you can't resist, just shout the word, fail, and I will immediately stop the puppet. Otherwise, if you insist on holding on, no matter what the consequences are, it will have nothing to do with me. Wang Yang's casual words had already explained the situation clearly. He was also telling Yan Chutian that a failure was a failure. In front of Wang Yang, there was no such thing as perseverance and willpower. However, it must be said that this Wang Yang was truly overthinking things. He, Yan Chutian, was not foolish enough to display perseverance in order to obtain a pass. If it were 5 half-step Yuanying practitioners, it would indeed be extremely difficult for him to deal with. However, it was only 5 puppets, so it was not a problem. Seeing that Yan Chutian had no objections, Wang Yang waved his hand and started the test. The moment Wang Yang waved his hand, the 5 silent puppets' eyes lit up. Then, they locked onto Yan Chutian in an organized manner and charged straight at him. Looking at this scene, the sneer on Li Yao's face became even more obvious. He wanted to see how this ant, who was only at elixir level 8, would block the direct attack of 5 half-step Yuanying puppets. At the same time, the surrounding people were also closely watching. They were all looking forward to seeing how this guy, who had always been extraordinary, would pass the test. Was he just trying to please the crowd? Or was he really extraordinary? Boom! The 5 puppets attacked at the same time, and the powerful spiritual energy was enough to distort and shatter the space. However, what everyone did not expect was that in the face of such an attack, Yan Chutian did not seem to have the slightest intention of dodging. He did not even try to dodge and allowed the 5 enormous forces to descend from the sky. In the next moment, the surging energy ripples surged up. It was so dazzling that it blocked everyone's line of sight. Many people had a ridiculous thought in their minds. Was it going to end just like that? However, it was also at this moment that a loud roar suddenly resounded. Everyone quickly looked over and saw a half-step Yuanying puppet suddenly fall to the ground. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. What was going on? But very soon, someone sensed something. Looking up, they saw a thin figure faintly discernible at the place where the puppet had fallen. Wasn't that Yan Chutian? Huh! How could he be there? Just now. What's going on? Wasn't he surrounded by 5 puppets just now? How could he be this? Quite a few cries of surprise immediately rang out from the surrounding crowd. At the same time, Li Yao's originally sneering face turned somewhat stiff at this moment. Because just now, even he did not pay attention to what was going on with Yan Chutian. However, he quickly advised himself to calm down. Previously, it must be due to luck that the other party was able to dodge the combined attack of the 5 puppets without anyone noticing. However, luck only came once. Next, he would be in a miserable state and reveal his true form. The situation seemed to be just as Li Yao had expected. When the puppet fell with a roar, the other 4 puppets shot over like lightning. The fists that came crashing down contained an extremely berserk and crushing power. There was no doubt that even a mountain would be smashed into pieces by these fists. This time, everyone's attention was focused. Due to the previous situation, they wanted to clearly see how exactly the other party had dodged the attack. Was the previous dodge just a fluke? However, no one noticed anything amiss even as they stared so closely. Even Li Yao was the same. Therefore, everyone could not help but wonder if the other party's previous dodge was really just a fluke. However, just as a cold smile was about to gradually surface at the corners of Li Yao's mouth, it abruptly came to a halt. This was because, at the instant when the energy ripples wreaked havoc, his sharp senses had already detected a sliver of abnormality. Even so, what he could see next was another puppet suddenly falling from the sky and heavily smashing onto the ground. A huge roar resounded, shaking everyone's hearts and causing Li Yao's face to gradually turn ugly. Outside the light barrier, Wang Yang, who was dressed in white robes, quietly watched the scene within the light barrier. And after Yan Chutian had appeared and disappeared like a ghost for the second time, even his usually indifferent face had revealed a trace of astonishment. With his eyesight, he could naturally see what Yan Chutian had relied on. It was a movement technique. However, even he, who was at the Heavenly Palace stage, had never heard of such a movement technique. He could not help but sigh at how strange it was. Such a movement technique was something that even some of the movement techniques in the Firmament God Palace's Outer Sect collection could not compare to. However, a disciple who was only at the 8th level of the elixir stage could actually master such a profound movement technique. However, Wang Yang was very clear that although the strength of these half-Yuanying puppets could not be compared to a real human cultivator, they had another advantage, and that was their sturdy bodies. At least, Yan Chutian's previous attack had not injured them at all. In other words, if one only had a movement technique but did not have the strength to destroy the puppets, it would be useless. In the end, he would not be able to escape the fate of failure. At this point, Wang Yang was even more curious because he was looking forward to seeing how this new disciple at the 8th level of the elixir stage would deal with such a situation. Ka-ka? An ear-piercing shattering sound slowly rang out as the two falling puppets swiftly straightened their bodies. Following which, they once again cast their ferocious gazes towards Yan Chutian. Such a scene made everyone secretly shake their heads. This was because they had already seen that although Yan Chutian's identity was strange, the strength that he had displayed was not enough to destroy the puppets. However, if he could not even destroy the puppets, how could he win? Having also noticed this, Li Yao's face finally lost some of its unsightly expression and revealed a cold smile. That's right, his opponent was only at the 8th level of the elixir stage. Even if his movement technique was strange, his strength might not even be able to harm the puppets. Therefore, how could he pass the test? Looking at the puppet that once again charged over without fear of death, Yan Chutian remained unperturbed. The body of this puppet was indeed extremely hard. Even if an ordinary half-step nascent soul cultivator were to attack it, it would be extremely difficult to destroy it. However, if they thought that they could stop Yan Chutian with such a puppet's body, they were underestimating him. Although he was only at the 8th level of the elixir stage, he was one of the top 10 geniuses in the heaven realm in his previous life. Chapter 488. The 5 puppets attacked again. Yan Chutian was still using the mysterious shadow movement technique. Every step he took seemed slow, but every step he took was like a ghost as he suddenly appeared in another direction. Suddenly appearing behind one of the puppets, Yan Chutian immediately raised his palm and slammed it down on the puppet's body. However, the puppet seemed to be unscathed after such a blow. It was slightly shaken and stabilized its body. Many of the onlookers could not help but secretly shake their heads when they saw this scene. They could already tell that no matter how strange this guy's movement technique was, the strength he displayed was ordinary. If this continued, even if the 5 half-step Yuanying puppets could not kill him, they could still exhaust him to death. Such a scene naturally made Li Yao's sneer deepen. The situation was just as he had expected. Even if this guy was lucky enough to learn a powerful movement technique, he did not have enough strength. However, even though he had the movement technique, he did not have enough strength. Even so, it was still impossible for him to pass the test. He would only suffer a crushing defeat. However, Yan Chutian seemed to be completely unaware of this. His figure was like a ghost as he continuously slammed down palm after palm, causing the 5 puppets to retreat several feet. However, after the 5 puppets were forced back, they were unscathed. Their flickering eyes were tightly locked onto Yan Chutian as they charged towards him again. Such a situation made Li Yao want to sneer. But what he didn't expect was that Yan Chutian would descend to the ground in the next moment. Instead of dodging, Yan Chutian's gaze slowly turned towards him with a playful smile. This made Li Yao's face stiffen. He did not know why, but at this moment, he suddenly had a very bad premonition. It seemed that whatever he was worried about would happen. In Li Yao's eyes, he saw Yan Chutian gently snap his fingers. Along with the crisp snap of a finger, the 5 puppets that were charging towards Yan Chutian in midair suddenly trembled. Shortly after, the light in their eye sockets rapidly dimmed, and they powerlessly fell to the ground like wooden puppets. In such a situation, Li Yao's originally somewhat stiff face couldn't help but completely freeze in that instant. It also caused the gazes that thought that Yan Chutian's defeat was certain to change violently in an instant, replaced by thick disbelief. Who would have thought that the situation that was originally extremely thorny for Yan Chutian would be resolved in an instant, and even produce a result because of it? How is this possible? What is going on? Just now, the 5 puppets were clearly chasing after him. How did he defeat 5 half-step Yuanying puppets in an instant? How did he do it? Cries of surprise once again sounded from all directions, and this time, the commotion was much louder than before. This was because Yan Chutian had only narrowly escaped death previously, causing many people to think that it was just a fluke. But now, the 5 half-step Yuanying puppets had indeed failed. Such an outcome could no longer be described as a fluke. Therefore, even the heaven-grade disciples' camp had many shocked gazes constantly looking over. At this moment, Shui-Er's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. As expected, Big Brother Yen was still so powerful. Even if the difficulty of the test had been raised, it was still impossible to stop him. Behind Cher, Luo Yu's sparkling eyes had a fleeting look of surprise. Although she had to admit that Yan Chutian's performance this time had exceeded her expectations, that was it. Such strength was nothing in the end. Even if his movement technique was strange, even if he defeated the puppets in the end, it was still unexpected. However, this was nothing. As long as one stepped into the Yuanying realm, these methods might be effective in the first battle, but it would not be so effective in the future. The reason was that the difference in cultivation was still the most fundamental. In fact, this was the truth. Otherwise, Yan Chutian would not have been uncertain whether he could defeat a real Yuanying practitioner. Even so, Yan Chutian was not in a hurry. This was because before he stepped into the Yuanying realm, the most important thing for him was to condense his spiritual tattoos to the extreme. Moreover, it was not as if he did not have the strength to face a Yuanying realm cultivator head-on. Back to the main topic, when the 5 puppets fell to the ground powerlessly, Yan Chutian retracted his aura. Just now, he had activated the mysterious yang energy because the aura was naturally the mysterious yang energy. Yan Chutian was not worried about using the mysterious yang energy. This was because even if the mysterious yang scripture was famous in the heaven realm, there was no one who truly knew about it. In other words, even if he displayed it in front of others, they would not know that he was using the famous mysterious yang scripture in the heaven realm. Since he had defeated the puppets, Yan Chutian naturally turned his gaze to Wang Yang, who was outside the light shield. After receiving the gaze from the former, this instructor elder reacted extremely quickly and immediately dispersed the light barrier. However, during this process, he could not help but look at Yan Chutian with shock. The surrounding new disciples might not be aware of it, but Wang Yang was already at the Heaven's Palace realm, and he was the one who set up the light barrier. How could Wang Yang not be aware of what was going on? Even though he did not know about the mysterious yang energy, it did not prevent him from knowing that Yan Chutian possessed a powerful inexplicable power. Wang Yang did not find it strange that his disciple had a secret. After all, which cultivator did not have their own secrets? Mentor, can this disciple be considered to have passed the test? Yan Chutian asked softly, and his question also pulled Wang Yang back to reality. Defeating the 5 puppets meant that he had passed the test. Moreover, Wang Yang did not mean to make things difficult for Yan Chutian, so he nodded his head lightly. Wang Yang's nod was equivalent to announcing that Yan Chutian had passed. Immediately, a smile appeared on Yan Chutian's face, and a young girl in the crowd who could not wait any longer rushed into the former's embrace with joy and excitement. Cher leaned tightly into Yan Chutian's embrace. Her emotions were not only joy, but also longing from the bottom of her heart. After all, Yan Chutian had already left for several days. Not to mention, after this test, she would also have to leave temporarily. After snuggling tightly for a long time, until Wang Yang coughed, Cher seemed to wake up from a dream. She quickly blushed and left Yan Chutian's embrace. At this moment, Li Yao, who was watching everything from the side, was so angry that his eyes were about to burst out. He was originally waiting for Yan Chutian to make a fool of himself and lose face, but who knew that the other party would actually reverse the result? At this moment, What made him even angrier was that the girl he regarded as his exclusive property actually threw herself into the arms of that ant. At this moment, he really wanted to tear Yan Chutian into pieces. Even if an ant passed the test, what right did he have to compete with him? However, no matter how angry he was, Li Yao knew that he could not get angry. That would only make him look like a clown. Seeing that the girl left Yan Chutian's embrace, Wang Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at all the new disciples. He slowly said, "All the disciples have passed the test, so the cultivation resources corresponding to your status will be distributed as soon as possible. Although I don't know if any of you will participate, but soon there will be an outer sect disciple trial. But let me tell you in advance, this outer sect disciple trial does not limit the status of new and old disciples, so if you want to participate, don't hold too much hope. Just treat it as an experience." After finishing his words, Wang Yang did not say anything else. He slowly kept all the test items and left the square in front of the morning class hall. At the same time, although Wang Yang had already left, the trial he mentioned at the end had already aroused everyone's interest. Compared to this, the test that just ended was nothing. However, after hearing Wang Yang's words, although the crowd was very interested in this trial, they felt that there was not much hope and that it could only be treated as an experience. After all, as Wang Yang had said, if both new and old disciples could participate, then how could they, the new disciples, compare to the old disciples? The weakest of the old disciples was at the yuanying stage, while the strongest of the new disciples had only reached the yuanying stage. The difference between the two was obvious at a glance. Chapter 489. However, not everyone was feeling dejected. After all, the people present were all in the prime of their youth. Right now, even if they weren't afraid of anything, they still had a heroic spirit that dared to challenge the heavens. This was especially obvious among the 10 or so new yuanying disciples. Because they had also stepped into the yuanying stage, they didn't think that they were much weaker than some of the older disciples. Furthermore, they believed that as long as they were given enough time, they would definitely be able to soar into the sky in the outer sect. Those older disciples who only relied on the time they entered the sect to temporarily suppress them, what were they worth? Among the 10 or so people, Li Yao's gaze was deep. After a while, a trace of determination slowly flashed across his eyes. Such a trial might seem like an experience, but it might be an opportunity for him. As long as he could make a name for himself in this trial, not only would he establish his prestige among the new disciples, even those older disciples wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Therefore, he didn't need to think too much about it. The rewards he would receive from the sect would also greatly increase. At this point, Li Yao couldn't help but turn his cold gaze towards Yan Chutian. Right now, they were still new disciples, only one level apart. However, after the trial, the other party could only be considered as an ant to him. At that time, he would see what qualifications he had to compete with him for a woman. At that time, Yan Shui would also understand who she truly wanted to get close to. "A trial, huh?" Yan Chutian softly said. Deep within his eyes, there was an obscure look of contemplation. If it was in the past, he would naturally not be interested in such a trial. However, today was different from the past. Yan Chutian clearly knew that such a trial, whether it was the result or the process, would definitely not be small. As such, he definitely couldn't miss such a trial. "Big brother Yan, let's go." At the same time, Cher, who was beside Yan Chutian, lightly shook his arm and softly said. Yan Chutian could see that Cher had something to say, so of course he wouldn't refuse. After agreeing, he allowed the young girl to lead him away from the main hall. Seeing the two of them leave, Luo Yu didn't say a word and followed closely behind with a cold expression. However, Luo Shui also gave the two of them some space to be alone, keeping a distance between them. After walking for a long time, she could no longer see the outline of the morning class hall. Only then did Cher gradually stop. At the same time, Yen Chutian naturally focused his attention and waited for Cher to speak. Without making Yen Chutian wait for too long, Cher's gentle voice slowly rang out. Big brother Yen, big sister Luo Yu is going to bring me to train, so Cher might have to leave for a very long time. Cher had already mentioned something like leaving or going into seclusion, so Yen Chutian wasn't surprised. He only subconsciously said, "You're not even going to participate in the trial." "I'm not going to participate. Big sister Luo Yu's mother, Aunt Fong, is very good to me. She doesn't need me to do anything, she just wants me to train well." Hearing that, Yen Chutian was still not surprised. In his opinion, it was only because Luo Yu's mother had taken a fancy to Cher's talent. He didn't hate it. After all, he was from the Firmament God Palace and his master was the great elder of the Firmament God Palace. Therefore, Yen Chutian only lightly nodded. However, when he inadvertently raised his gaze and met the girl's pair of extremely passionate and affectionate eyes, he finally couldn't maintain his calm. He wasn't a fool, and with Cher's recent increasingly proactive actions, he already understood what kind of feelings the latter had towards him. Yen Chutian couldn't deny that Cher was extremely important to him. He couldn't bear to see Cher get hurt in the slightest. However, even so, he had never seen the relationship between him and the girl as one between a man and a woman. Therefore, Yen Chutian couldn't open his mouth, and could only remain silent. However, his silence didn't mean that the girl would be the same. After a while, Cher's voice was still gentle, but it clearly carried a trace of trembling. "Big brother Yen, Cher is going to leave, but Cher will always, always miss Big brother Yen. Then, will Big brother Yen also miss Cher?" Such gentle words caused Yen Chutian's body to suddenly stiffen. He didn't know how to answer. He didn't know how to answer Cher, because he could hear the deeper meaning hidden in the girl's words. However, at the same time, Yen Chutian could also keenly sense that the girl's pretty face was gradually turning gloomy because of his silence. Yen Chutian couldn't bear to see Cher like this. Therefore, even though he was hesitating, he didn't have time to think about it. He immediately gritted his teeth and spoke. "Yes. It was also a gentle word, but it was enough to cause the girl's constantly gloomy mood to suddenly be replaced by disbelief and surprise. Her sparkling and beautiful eyes trembled continuously. Then, Cher couldn't suppress the fire in her heart anymore. Her delicate body suddenly jumped and directly threw herself into Yen Chutian's arms. Tightly hugging this familiar body, the girl didn't care what would happen in the future. Right now, she only had boundless satisfaction in her heart. She would never forget the embrace that Yen Chutian gave her when her family was destroyed and everyone was dead. There was no desire or greed in that embrace. There was only love and tenderness that came from the bottom of his heart. When Cher suddenly rushed into his embrace, Yen Chutian's expression was complicated. Because he knew that after this, his relationship with Cher would be difficult to explain. The man and woman hugged each other for a long time. Only after a long time did they slowly separate. And this separation was self-evident. It was time to separate. But compared to before, even though she knew that they would be separated for a long time, Cher's beautiful face no longer had any pain. Instead, there was a faint joy. Because compared to before, this time, she truly received a response from Yen Chutian. A single word was enough to satisfy her too much. "Big brother Yen, then Cher will leave." As her voice faded, she saw Yen Chutian gently nod her head. The young girl's thin and delicate body walked to Luo Yu's side while looking back every 3 steps. But at this time, even Yen Chutian didn't expect that Luo Yu, who had been silent all this while, would suddenly walk forward. As she walked, a ripple rapidly condensed and blocked in front of the shocked Cher, isolating all of her senses. Although Yen Chutian didn't expect Luo Yu's sudden initiative, he more or less guessed her intentions. He directly said in a cold tone, "Senior Sister Luo, are you trying to persuade me to give up on Cher again?" If that's the case, I advise senior sister not to waste any more effort. But Yen Chutian once again didn't expect that Luo Yu would actually shake her head. Then, she continued, I admit that your performance this time has exceeded my expectations. I can also imagine that with your character, you are definitely not someone who will easily give up because of words. Then what does senior sister Luo want to do? I just want to tell you that in the trial that Elder Wang Yang mentioned, as long as you can enter the top 20, you will obtain the qualifications to cultivate in the mysterious fire lotus pool. And I think you should also know the effects of the mysterious fire lotus pool. Even for some disciples who have stepped into the Yuanying stage, it is extremely useful. Moreover, in the secret realm where the trial is held, there are also many hidden opportunities. Luo Yu's words made Yen Chutian sigh inwardly. As expected, whether it was the process or the result of the trial, it was full of opportunities. Especially the mysterious fire lotus pool, even Yen Chutian had heard of its prestige. Not to mention the elixir stage, the mysterious fire lotus pool was even useful for cultivators below the 5th level of the Yuanying stage. This was because the power of the mysterious fire lotus pool could slowly wash away the impurities in a cultivator's body. Although it couldn't be said to be tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing, it was still extremely precious. However, this mysterious fire lotus pool also had its limitations. The higher the cultivation, the weaker the effect. For those at the 5th level of the Yuanying stage, it was almost completely useless. However, if one's cultivation was too weak, it would be difficult to cultivate in the mysterious fire lotus pool. This was because if one's cultivation was too weak, the hidden power of the mysterious fire would burn the cultivator. All in all, this mystic fire lotus pool was a pretty good opportunity for Yen Chutian. If he could enter the mystic fire lotus pool to train, he had full confidence that he would be able to step into the 9th level of the Yuandan stage. In fact, if he didn't limit his cultivation, Yen Chutian was confident that he could step into the Yuanying stage using the mysterious fire lotus pool. Chapter 490. Thank you for telling me, Senior Sister Luo. Luo Yu no longer ridiculed him, and instead reminded him out of goodwill. In addition to her relationship with Cher, Yen Chutian no longer treated her coldly and instead thanked her respectfully. However, from Luo Yu's reaction, Yen Chutian was able to tell that this woman's kind reminder was fake. Her real purpose was to let him clearly see the gap between him and the senior disciples so that he could eliminate any unrealistic thoughts as soon as possible. Yen Chutian did not want to say anything about this because he knew that no matter how much he said now, it would be useless. Indeed, if it was anyone else, if they heard that a cultivator who was only at the 8th level of elixir wanted to obtain the top 20 in a trial that should be at least at the Yuanying stage, they would probably laugh coldly. In their eyes, this was as laughable as a joke. However, Yen Chutian wanted to give it a try. Moreover, the trial was not in front of him yet and there was still time to prepare. After saying those words to Yen Chutian, Luo Yu didn't stay any longer. She immediately retreated and dispersed the ripples on the light screen. Then, she brought the bewildered Shui and left this place. Looking at Cher's departing figure, Yen Chutian suddenly felt a sense of reluctance in his heart because he knew that once Cher left, he did not know when they would meet again. However, reluctance would not stop Yen Chutian from moving forward. When Cher's figure completely disappeared from the world, it was also when Yen Chutian adjusted his state of mind. Since he had adjusted his state of mind, he naturally did not hesitate and immediately returned to his cave dwelling. Dusk gradually descended. In the depths of the ordinary cave dwelling, there was a dazzling large formation that was slowly being built in the hall. However, the rather strange thing was that under this complicated formation, there was an even more mysterious and complicated formation that was gradually being connected. However, compared to the formation above, the massive formation below was clearly more bland. Apart from its massive size, its interior was extremely incomplete. However, Even though he had only done this much, Yan Chutian's forehead was already dripping with sweat. Clearly, the pressure was not small. Actually, this was to be expected. This ancient array was of an extremely high level. Even the current Yan Chutian could activate the power of heaven and earth that could only be activated by a Yuanian cultivator. However, it was still too difficult to set up this formation, let alone set it up completely. However, even if that was the case, the power of the formation could not be denied. After all, the formation set up by Yan Chutian was controlled by Yan Chutian, the master of the formation. The power that they could unleash was much more powerful than an ownerless spirit formation. The formation persisted for a long time until it could no longer continue. Yan Chutian let out a sigh of relief and dispersed the formation. As the formation dispersed, the light also dimmed. In the darkness, Yan Chutian gently wiped away the fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. Currently, he could roughly set up this ancient formation. Even if it was not complete, it could not even compare to the incomplete formation that he saw that day. However, because he was the master of the formation, the power that this formation could unleash was still enough to make a Yuanian cultivator feel pressured. However, Yan Chutian would not be overjoyed. This was because he knew that a formation was ultimately just a formation. If his opponent knew that he was going to set up the formation first, his situation would be much worse. This was because his opponent could very well prevent him from setting up the formation. Without the formation, he would not be able to face off against a Yuanian cultivator. It was also because of this that Yan Chutian could not help but think that perhaps he should increase his strength a little more. If he wanted to increase his strength, the first thing he had to do was naturally to condense spirit inscriptions. In his previous life, Yan Chutian had condensed 7 spirit inscriptions. Therefore, he still had 2 spirit inscriptions to condense now. One of them was extremely close to the front. Therefore, Yan Chutian did not even think about it and directly ignored it. Since he had given up on one, there was only one left. 9 Spirit Pillar Pattern. The method of condensing this spirit rune slowly emerged in his mind. Because he had condensed the 7th spirit rune before, Yan Chutian was more or less confident in being able to do it. The pressure would only appear when Yan Chutian tried to condense the 8th spirit inscription. Back to the main topic. As the method of condensing the spirit inscription circulated in his heart, Yan Chutian naturally also had the method of condensing the spirit inscription in his heart. The preparatory work needed to do appeared one by one. The 9 spirit pillar pattern was to condense 9 pillars in the dantian. Then, the 9 pillars would be connected to each other to form the spirit inscription. The 9 spirit pillar pattern was extremely extraordinary. However, to the current Yan Chutian, the power of a single spirit inscription was not important. Instead, it was the power of multiple spirit inscriptions that was the true offensive weapon. If he could condense the 9 spirit pillar pattern successfully, then his strength would reach the strength of 7 forces. Even in the entire heaven realm, there were very few young disciples who could grasp such strength. The 9 spirit pillar pattern was extremely powerful. It was naturally not easy to condense it, and the preparation needed was not simple either. The most basic and most important thing was to find a type of 9 spirit object. Only by condensing 9 spirit pillars on the 9 spirit objects would the 9 spirit pillar pattern be extremely stable. Otherwise, one could casually construct the 9 spirit pillar pattern. It would be extremely easy for one to collapse without even facing the enemy. Although everyone understood the principle, how could it be so easy to find the 9 spirit objects? The night came quickly and passed quickly as well. The next day, when the sky brightened, Yan Chutian left the cave early and went to the outer sex trading area. The outer sex trading area was divided into 2 levels. The inner level was set up by the upper echelons of the Firmament God Palace, and the outer level was where the disciples set up their stalls to trade. Yan Chutian did not even look at the trades between the disciples. He did not think that there would be anyone who did not know the value of the 9 spirit objects and would take them out to sell. Therefore, he had been rushing towards the inner level of the trading area. The upper echelons of the Firmament God Palace set up the trading area for the disciples' cultivation. Therefore, it was possible to sell the 9 spirit objects. However, what disappointed Yan Chutian was that after walking around the inner level of the trading area, he only saw 7 spirit objects at most. Yan Chutian had more or less expected such a situation. After all, the 9 spirit objects were not exact treasures of heaven and earth. They were only born by chance. Therefore, although they were not very valuable, they were rarer than many precious treasures of heaven and earth. Since he did not find anything in the inner level, even if he did not have much hope, Yan Chutian still searched in the outer level. However, God obviously did not bless Yan Chutian. After searching in the outer level, he did not even find any spirit objects, let alone the 9 spirit objects. After being disappointed one after another, and not even touching the shadow of the 9 spirit objects, Yan Chutian could only place his last hope in the mission pavilion. Perhaps there would be information about the 9 spirit objects in the mission pavilion. There might even be a mission that directly used the 9 spirit objects as a reward. When Yan Chutian rushed to the mission pavilion to check, he actually found information about the 9 spirit objects. Explore the Heavenly Demon Ridge and kill a Yuanying 3rd layer 2-headed demonic python tiger in the Heavenly Demon Ridge. Reward. Yan Chutian did not continue reading the reward. His attention was completely focused on the records of the Heavenly Demon Ridge. There was a disciple of the Firmament God Palace who brought out 9 spirit objects. Even if it was just a record, it was enough for Yan Chutian to take a look again. Otherwise, where would he start looking in the vast outer area of the Firmament God Palace? Yan Chutian did not accept this mission. This was a mission issued by a disciple of the Firmament God Palace, and there were 3 people who were called. He did not think that if he went with at least 4 people and found the 9 spirit objects, it would fall into his hands. It would be more appropriate for him to go alone. Although the risk seemed to be much higher, there was less conflict. Since he had already found his destination, Yan Chutian naturally would not hesitate. He returned to his cave residence and made some preparations. Then, he rushed to the Heavenly Demon Ridge alone. At the same time, a beautiful figure in white stood silently in front of a bamboo house somewhere in the outer sect. The beautiful figure stood silently for a long time before she finally raised her head and looked in a certain direction. If someone knew her thoughts, they would know that she was looking in the direction of the Heavenly Demon Ridge. Chapter 491. Although the Heavenly Demon Ridge was still within the Firmament God Palace's outer sanctum, very few people could be seen here. The reason was that the Heavenly Demon Ridge was a gathering place for spiritual beasts. Some of the powerful spiritual beasts had even reached the Heaven Mansion realm, which was enough to make the outer sanctum elders feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Therefore, no one would come to such a dangerous place unless it was absolutely necessary. But on this day, the Heavenly Demon Ridge welcomed a figure. This figure was none other than Yan Chutian. In his previous life, Yan Chutian lived in the inner sanctum and rarely came out. Therefore, he had never been to the Heavenly Demon Ridge. Therefore, he had been groping his way forward. However, this did not affect Yan Chutian's knowledge of the Heavenly Demon Ridge's location. Because he was still far away, he could feel the majestic aura surging from the continuous mountain range on the horizon. Needless to say, such an area was where the Heavenly Demon Ridge was located. The Heavenly Demon Ridge was already in front of him. Yan Chutian immediately restrained his aura and slowly walked towards the mountain range on the horizon. Perhaps some people would say that Yan Chutian was stupid for coming here only because he heard that the 9 spiritual treasures had appeared here. But in reality, Yan Chutian was helpless. After all, if he could not find any trace of the 9 spiritual treasures in this vast world, where could he start looking for them? Hiss! When they were still 1,000 feet away from the mountain range, Yen Chutian saw with his spiritual eye that in the corner of the mountain range, there was a giant python fleeting within the dense forest. Yen Chutian could clearly sense that the giant python's strength had reached the Yuanying realm. Although such a realm was not worth mentioning to him in the past, it could not be ignored now. Yen Chutian could not help but sigh. The Heavenly Demon Ridge was indeed the Heavenly Demon Ridge. As soon as he got close, he could see spiritual beasts. However, this would not stop Yen Chutian's footstep. He continued to carefully conceal his aura and slowly stepped into the mountain range. The first thing that Yen Chutian felt when he stepped into the mountain range was a majestic aura that was even more ancient than that of the outer sect of the Firmament God Palace. At the same time, they could clearly see the thin mist lingering in the mountain range. This fog was extremely strange. Not only could it block one's vision, it could also block one's senses. Fortunately, Yen Chutian possessed his spiritual eye. With a sweep of his spiritual eye, he was able to see through the fog. Even so, Yen Chutian did not increase his speed. Instead, he deliberately slowed down his pace. This was because during this process, he had to constantly scan the surroundings with his spiritual eye, searching for the appearance of the 9 spiritual objects. The 9 spirit objects were not limited to one kind of heaven and earth treasure. Therefore, no matter what kind of heaven and earth treasure appeared, Yen Chutian would not let it go. However, despite Yen Chutian's meticulousness, after half a day, he still did not find any trace of the 9 spirit objects. Even if he did find some heaven and earth treasure, it would only be some ordinary things. However, Yen Chutian also understood that if the 9 spirit objects were so easy to find, he would have found them in the outer sect trading market. Therefore, if the 9 spirit objects really existed in the Heavenly Demon Ridge, he would have to search for a few days before he could find them. For the next 2 days, Yen Chutian spent the same process of searching. However, to Yen Chutian's disappointment, he did not find anything in the 2 days. Fortunately, there were some heaven and earth treasures that could make up for some disappointment. At the same time, Yen Chutian did not know that outside the Heavenly Demon Ridge, there were more people arriving. This time, there were many of them. 4 people appeared outside the Heavenly Demon Ridge at the same time. The 4 people slowly approached the Heavenly Demon Ridge together with the beautiful figure in white in the center. The aura of these 4 figures, no matter which one it was much stronger than Yen Chutian's. Pata Pata, under the twilight, the Heavenly Demon Ridge seemed particularly quiet. A lone moon stood quietly in the sky, surrounded by scattered starlight, looking extremely cold and lonely. In the depths of the mountain range, a bonfire slowly lit. Yen Chutian sat quietly beside the bonfire. However, the surroundings were not calm at all. Strands of mysterious aura were slowly spreading out, and the faintly forming formation was the ancient formation that he had been trying to set up in an even more profound manner during this period of time. This arrangement lasted until the middle of the night. The night was dark, and the bonfire beside Yen Chutian was already dim. Only sporadic charcoal flames were faintly discernible. At this time, Yen Chutian finally opened his eyes that had been closed for a long time. Accompanied by a mouthful of turbid air, the surrounding signs of the formation suddenly disappeared. To Yen Chutian, trying to arrange it again and again was naturally not a waste of effort. Under this kind of repeated study, the limit of what he could arrange was constantly increasing. Correspondingly, the power of the spirit formation was also continuously increasing. If this continued, Yen Chutian believed that it would only take a while for him to completely arrange this formation. While revealing a joyous expression, Yen Chutian extended her hand into the extinguished bonfire and grabbed a clump of soil. But when Yen Chutian opened the piece of soil, he knew that it was not as simple as a piece of soil. After opening the piece of soil, It was clearly a large piece of meat that was emitting a fragrant smell. Taking a bite, the meat was extremely fresh and tender. Because this was what Yen Chutian took in the heavenly demon ridge. After enjoying for a moment, Yen Chutian continued to enter the practice that he was already familiar with. Little by little, the water dripped into the stone. Only the hard practice day after day was the real foundation of strength. At the same time, the heavenly demon ridge under the night was not really so calm. In the darkness, 4 figures circled around each other. Their entire bodies emitted an extremely sharp aura. A normal primal core adept would not even be able to look straight at the 4 of them. In the circle, a light shield slowly floated in the hand of the beautiful figure in white. In this light shield, there was a snake-like substance that was always guiding a certain direction. The 4 people were constantly moving in this direction. Senior Sister Yoshua, can we really find the hiding place of the 2-headed demonic python tiger? As they kept moving forward, someone finally couldn't help but ask. After all, they were very clear that the spiritual beasts that had stepped into the Yuanying realm had unlocked their intelligence and possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. And for example, the 2-headed demonic python tiger was extremely intelligent and cunning. Even they, the old outer disciples, were not confident that they could find its lair. However, before the beautiful figure in white in the center could answer, a young man in white immediately retorted, "How could Senior Sister Yoshua make irresponsible remarks? Huang Yang, don't question it." After he finished speaking, the white-robed youth did not hesitate to look at the beautiful figure in white with a burning gaze. Hearing this, the young man called Huang Yang helplessly curled his lips because he already knew what the young man in white was thinking about Mu Yoshu. At the critical moment, another man in green stood up and said something fair. Senior Sister Yoshua came for the 2-headed demonic python tiger's spiritual essence. Naturally, she will have a way to find it. But I still want to ask, if we find the 2-headed demonic python tiger, how can we help Senior Sister? Hearing the green-clothed man's words, the beautiful figure in white, who was Mu Yoshua, finally opened her red lips. However, her expression was as calm as before, and there was not much fluctuation. If we find the 2-headed demonic python tiger, I will immediately open the formation. You only need to seal the corner of the formation and not let it escape. Once it's done, I will give you rewards one by one according to the mission. Before Mu Yoshua finished speaking, the young man in white hurriedly opened his mouth. There was a faint smile between his brows and the heat in the depths of his eyes increased. Senior Sister Yoshua is too polite. Even if there is no reward, it is our honor to be able to help Senior Sister Yoshua. However, Mu Yoshua acted as if she did not hear his warm words. Her expression was still indifferent as she carefully paid attention to the guide of the snake-like thing in the light barrier in her palm. However, seeing this, the young man in white did not show any anger. His expression did not change and was still as hot as before. Because he was too clear that Mu Yoshua's character was like this. Come to think of it, which outstanding woman like her didn't have her own pride? And wasn't the person he was chasing after such an outstanding woman? Chapter 492. Heavenly Demon Ridge. In the depths of the quiet mountain ridge, a slightly thin figure slowly walked. The dense fog didn't seem to be able to stop him in the slightest. The spirit eye swept out, and Yen Chutian naturally saw a green spirit plant that was less than a foot long under an extremely sturdy towering tree 100 feet away. Although the spirit plant looked very inconspicuous, Yen Chutian could clearly sense the dense spiritual energy emitted from the foot-long spirit plant. Demonic rank spirit medicine. Following that, Yen Chutian was also able to easily discern the level of this heaven and earth treasure. As for the demonic rank, at least for the current Yen Chutian, it was difficult for him to easily look at such a spiritual medicine. What made Yen Chutian even more surprised was that this heaven and earth treasure was not ordinary. It was actually a 6-spirit item. Although 6 spirit items were far from the 9 spirit items that Yan Chutian had in mind, it still made him very surprised. Moreover, the 6 spirit items had already appeared, so Yan Chutian couldn't help but wonder if he would really be lucky enough to find 9 spirit items. With that thought, Yan Chutian no longer hesitated and immediately stepped forward, wanting to take the 6 spirit items into his bag. However, when Yan Chutian approached, the vigilance towards danger that he had honed over the years made him involuntarily stop in his tracks. Following that, Yan Chutian's gaze slowly moved. Naturally, he looked towards the towering tree beside the 6 spirit items. After carefully investigating with the spirit eye, Yan Chutian narrowed his eyes. This was because, under careful investigation, he had truly sensed the source of the hidden danger. In the dense canopy of the giant tree, even if one used their eyes to constantly scan through the fog, it would still be difficult to see through it. However, with the help of the spirit eye, Yan Chutian could clearly sense that there was a spirit beast hidden in the canopy. Knowing how to wait for rabbits to appear and using the 6 spirit items as bait, Yan Chutian didn't even need to think to know that the spirit beast's level had definitely stepped into the Yuanying realm. This was because only a spirit beast above the Yuanying realm could possess such cunning intelligence. And because it was in the Yuanying realm, even if Yan Chutian knew of its existence, he could not underestimate it. If he were to directly face a Yuanying realm spirit beast now, it would be difficult for him. However, Yan Chutian could feel that the hidden spirit beast had not discovered his existence, so perhaps this was an opportunity. Since he had made up his mind, Yan Chutian naturally did not hesitate. He immediately returned to normal and slowly walked towards the 6 spirit items. At the same time, just as Yan Chutian had expected, in the canopy of the giant tree, a pair of ferocious beast eyes were tightly locked onto the slowly approaching figure under the giant tree. The closer the figure got, the more the beast eyes revealed a strong sense of joy. At the same time, the beast eye's owner had been continuously preparing for an attack. It was ready to attack at any time. However, the beast eye's owner had never expected that Yan Chutian, who had just come a few feet closer, would actually retreat. Immediately after, the small prey in its eyes approached again, but just like before, he suddenly retreated again. This repeated several times. Finally, the beast eye's owner could no longer bear it. Even if this was not the best opportunity to attack, it decided to suddenly release the power that it had been accumulating. Boom! A violent spiritual aura rushed out as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. More importantly, this spiritual aura contained the unique aura of a Yuanying practitioner. The beast eye's owner believed that even if this attack was not good enough, it would be enough to seriously injure the human if he was caught off guard. After all, it could also feel that Yan Chutian's cultivation had not even stepped into the Yuanying realm. It was just that this result was destined to disappoint the owner of the beast eye. Although its surging power erupted, how could Yan Chutian, who had long sensed it, be struck by it? Like a swimming fish, she disappeared from the berserk attack. Boom! The violent energy directly bombarded the ground, smashing a deep hole in the ground. The surrounding sand and stones flew everywhere. It was a complete mess. However, in the end, Yan Chutian was able to avoid this attack. When the spirit beast's attack was launched, Yan Chutian looked over. Naturally, he could clearly see what kind of spirit beast was hidden in the treetop. Two-headed demonic python tiger? Yan Chutian's eyes flickered slightly. This giant beast that had 2 heads and a body that resembled a tiger, but it had a snake tail and was covered in scales, was none other than the 2-headed demonic python tiger. Yan Chutian did not expect that he would not accept the mission, but instead encounter the spirit beast marked on the mission. However, Yan Chutian also clearly sensed that the 2-headed demonic python tiger in front of him was only at the first layer of the Yuanying realm. It was far from the 3rd layer of the Yuanying realm that was marked on the mission. But in fact, if this 2-headed demonic python tiger was the one marked on the mission, Yan Chutian would be courting death if he encountered it. A Yuanying realm third layer two-headed demonic python tiger. Even if the current Yan Chutian had more tricks up his sleeve, the huge gap in cultivation made it difficult for him to contend against it. Even if Yan Chutian used the profound shadow movement technique to escape, he would not necessarily be able to escape. Fortunately, this two-headed demonic python tiger was only at the first layer of the Yuanying realm. Facing such a powerful spirit beast, Yan Chutian was confident that he still had the power to contend against it. At the same time, since it was already exposed, the two-headed demonic python tiger naturally would not hide anymore. It immediately exposed its own fierceness and continuously attacked Yan Chutian. Huge attacks came one after another. Each of these attacks was enough to seriously injure or even kill an elixir practitioner. Daring to fight with a Yuanying realm two-headed demonic python tiger with an elixir realm cultivation, Yan Chutian was not unique, but it was enough to shock countless people. In fact, rather than a fight, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a circle. Each of the two-headed demonic python tiger's attacks came violently, but Yan Chutian did not directly resist. Instead, he used the profound shadow movement technique to continuously dodge. However, such a situation was enough to make the two-headed demonic python tiger angry. How could a fragile human ant jump in front of it? Roar! A deafening roar resounded. At the same time, the snake raised its tail. From the tip of the snake's tail, strands of rich purple light continuously shot out, directly toward Yan Chutian. Each strand of purple light was wrapped in a rich corrosive power. When it shot out, the flashing purple light seemed to be able to corrode even space, making ear-piercing hissing sounds. The speed of these purple lights was also far faster than the previous attack. Therefore, even if Yan Chutian used the profound shadow movement technique, he still narrowly avoided the continuous attack. Moreover, one of the strands of purple light brushed past the corner of his clothes. When the purple light disappeared, the corner of his clothes also completely disappeared without a sound. After dodging such an attack, it was impossible for Yan Chutian to say that he did not feel any pressure. If he did not have the profound shadow movement technique, even if he put up more spiritual energy light screens, he was afraid that he would not be able to block such a strand of purple light. Similarly, with such a strand of purple light, even if Yan Chutian had a third-grade profound yang body, it would be difficult for him to block it. Secondly, even if he blocked it, he could conclude that his third-grade profound yang body would suffer a lot of damage. Sure enough, facing a Yuanying realm spirit beast directly, he was still somewhat forced. While sighing in his heart, Yan Chutian naturally also turned his gaze back to the two-headed demonic python tiger. Yan Chutian admitted that the opponent was strong, but as long as he waited for a while, the result would not be certain. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian felt somewhat better. After all, no matter what, it was impossible for him to feel good being suppressed by a spirit beast. For the next 15 minutes, the two-headed demonic python tiger was still chasing Yan Chutian. And Yan Chutian's reaction, if seen by outsiders, was no different from a rat running away with its head covered. Under such circumstances, the two-headed demonic python tiger was no longer angry. Instead, on its ferocious face, emerged a touch of extremely human-like banter. Such a flexible human cultivator was actually a good plaything. However, the two-headed demonic python tiger did not know that in this 15 minutes, the smile on Yan Chutian's face had become more and more intense. Until the 15 minutes had completely passed, Yan Chutian no longer dodged. He raised his eyes and looked directly at the two-headed demonic python tiger. Immediately, under the two-headed demonic python tiger's somewhat strange gaze, Yan Chutian did not care whether the opponent could understand or not and slowly opened his mouth. "Little thing, you should have played enough just now, right? Then, it should be my turn next." Chapter 493. When the final word slowly fell, It was also when Yan Chutian no longer dodged and displayed the results of his many difficult dodges. The brilliance in Yan Chutian's hand surged. This surging brilliance was not spiritual power, but the power of heaven and earth that only a great array master could activate. When this power was displayed, it was like a stone falling into a pond, rapidly rippling out circles of ripples. And these ripples were the formation that Yan Chutian had been secretly arranging all along. Countless brilliance spread to the surroundings until the outline of the entire formation was outlined. Only then did that enormous brilliance return and converge at Yan Chutian's side. Faintly, one could see a towering spirit tree slowly converging into form. The spirit tree appeared to be simple and quiet, but each of its branches and leaves emitted an extremely fierce aura. It was as if the branches and leaves were flying. The power that was displayed was enough to seriously injure the enemy. When the two-headed demonic python tiger saw such an abrupt formation, its beastly eyes, which were originally filled with ridicule, immediately shrank. Immediately after, an indescribable feeling of astonishment continuously emerged from within. Because such a formation had already reached a level that was enough to threaten it. But this two-headed demonic python tiger was very clear that this human practitioner in front of it should be very weak, not to the extent that he could threaten it. So how could he suddenly display such power? But no matter what this two-headed demonic python tiger was thinking, since the formation had already been activated, Yan Chutian naturally would not hesitate. As the power of heaven and earth in his hand surged, strands of pure aura continuously converged into the formation, causing this formation that had already reached the level of a great array master to completely recover. Xiao! On top of the towering spirit tree, a thick vine, like a swimming dragon, directly swept towards the two-headed demonic python tiger. And such an attack, even this genuine Yuanying realm spirit beast did not dare to ignore. Immediately, its sharp claws slapped, enough power to tear apart space, towards the sweeping spirit vine. Boom! A huge roar immediately resounded between heaven and earth. After one attack, although the spirit vine was defeated, the formation did not suffer any damage at all. On the other hand, the two-headed demonic python tiger took a step back in a slightly awkward manner. In such a situation, an extremely human-like look of unwillingness flashed through the spirit beast's eyes. Because through this strike, it was already able to determine that the current human cultivator truly possessed the strength to contend against it. However, the two-headed demonic python tiger was very clear that this human practitioner was still very weak before, and was even played by it. He didn't have this kind of power at all. With its intelligence that was close to that of a human, how could it not realize that it was precisely its earlier teasing that had allowed this human to stall for time and set up such a powerful method? Otherwise, how could this human cultivator possess such power? Thinking up to this point, the two-headed demonic python tiger's heart became more and more angry. At the tip of its thick snake tail, there was even a huge mass of dark purple aura continuously condensing. The dazzling purple light shone, and it was several times more shocking than before. If such an attack was launched, even a cultivator who had stepped into the Yuanying realm would not be able to underestimate it. However, the formation had already been formed, so why should Yan Chutian be afraid? Raising his head to look at the accumulating attack of the two-headed demonic python tiger, Yan Chutian just smiled faintly. Then, he formed a seal with both of his palms, and a wisp of the power of heaven and earth converged, driving the towering spirit tree. Rays of rich green light also converged toward his body. These rays of green light might not appear to be very powerful by themselves, but when many rays of light converged, the aura that was emitted was so thick that even a Yuanying realm cultivator would not be able to easily break it. Although the might of a great formation master's formation was only equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator in name, if the formation was truly set up, its might would be slightly stronger than the corresponding cultivation level of a nascent soul cultivator. Or it could be said that this was the heaven's reward for not being able to set up the formation. Without the formation, the great formation master was extremely fragile, but once the formation was set up, the danger factor would rise sharply. When the rays of light converged in front of Yen Chutian, the purple light at the tail of the two-headed demonic python tiger seemed to have finally accumulated to the extreme, and then violently swept out. The dazzling purple light, like a tornado, shot directly toward Yen Chutian. And this kind of power seemed to be too strong. Even the space could not stop it, and it could only be pierced through. Boom! Therefore, almost in an instant, the purple light that tore through space suddenly hit the light in front of Yen Chutian. Ka-ka! The initial impact was accompanied by a huge roar, and there seemed to be a clear shattering sound from the source of the collision. Such a situation obviously made the two-headed demonic python tiger overjoyed. Its ferocious beast's eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. However, the joy only appeared for a moment. When the towering spirit tree beside Yen Chutian once again had rays of light rippling out and converging into it, the two-headed demonic python tiger's complexion became extremely ugly. Because it clearly saw that the spirit tree was constantly repairing the power of the light shield, and it seemed to be able to repair it even more. How could such a situation not make the two-headed demonic python tiger's complexion not ugly? The purple tornado of light attacked for a long time before it gradually stopped. And just like before, the two-headed demonic python tiger's complexion was always ugly. Because under its own attack, it could feel that the human was not injured at all. In other words, its attack just now had no effect on him. In such a situation, even if the two-headed demonic python tiger was unwilling, it still had the intention to retreat. Because it was afraid that if it continued to attack, it would be exhausted to death by the human practitioner here. And when the intention to retreat was born, the two-headed demonic python tiger subconsciously retreated its body. Perhaps this subtle movement was meaningless in the eyes of many practitioners, but for Yen Chutian, who had experienced hundreds of battles, it was a kind of signal. He knew that the two-headed demonic python tiger wanted to escape. Regarding the two-headed demonic python tiger's intention to escape, Yen Chutian was happy to see it, because he was very clear that even if he could fight with this spirit beast and even suppress it a little, it did not mean that he could kill it. The spirit beast that went crazy at the risk of death had always been an extremely terrible creature. Even if Yen Chutian could kill it, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured under its desperate resistance. Secondly, Yen Chutian's purpose was only to get the 6 spirit objects. If the opponent had not taken the initiative to ambush him, he would not have had the intention to provoke it. Because of all these reasons, the two-headed demonic python tiger's initiative to escape was the best situation for Yen Chutian. Therefore, Yen Chutian had symbolically launched an attack. As for the two-headed demonic python tiger, it originally had the intention to escape. Once it seized the opportunity to escape, how could it possibly delay in the slightest? Immediately, its enormous body flickered as it rampaged through this dense forest, madly escaping. Seeing the two-headed demonic python tiger escape, Yen Chutian did not stop it, but he also did not immediately withdraw the matrix. First, he put the 6 spirit objects into his bag, and then sat cross-legged in the same place for a long time. After he was sure that the two-headed demonic python tiger had thoroughly escaped, he slowly dispersed the matrix. When the matrix collapsed, Yen Chutian relaxed his body a little. A touch of relaxed color also slowly emerged on his face. The matrix that he had just displayed was not the ancient matrix that he had obtained, because although the ancient matrix was strong, he still could not fully display it. However, even if it was not, Yen Chutian's collection in his previous life was also very rich, and he had mastered a lot of matrix. And the power of the matrix that he had displayed did not disappoint Yen Chutian. It had successfully repelled the two-headed demonic python tiger. However, repelling the two-headed demonic python tiger was not the key point. The key point was that he had obtained these 6 spirit objects, which had given Yan Chutian a lot of confidence. Since he had found the 6 spirit objects, then it was not impossible for the 9 spirit objects to appear. As long as he obtained the 9 spirit objects, he could begin to try to condense the 9 spirit pillar pattern. And if he could condense the 7th spirit pattern, then he could smoothly step into the 9th layer of elixir. Then, Yan Chutian would be able to gain confidence. Without relying on the matrix, he would be able to rely on his own cultivation of spiritual power to fight with a Yuanying practitioner. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, this was a fool's dream, but for Yan Chutian, it was something that he had thought and considered for a long time. Even though the Yuanying realm was extremely strong, and the power of Qi-Ji had an almost complete suppression of ordinary spiritual power. However, Yan Chutian had confidence in many aspects of himself, and with so many advantages intertwined, it was not impossible to break the norm and go against the flow,